That there looks a little better. Looks like he might cull one, maybe. No, maybe not.
Welcome everyone to the first stop of the 2019 FLW Tour in Texas on Sam Rayburn Reservoir. Only 30 anglers are left of the original 170 that started the tournament, and only 10 of those will be moving on to fish tomorrow, the fourth and final day, and a shot at $125,000. Good morning everyone from the Polaris FLW studios here in Benton, Kentucky. I'm your host, Travis Moran, and we have some new additions for live this year. Starting with the man next to me right here, that's Red Gold Tomatoes Pro, Todd Hollowell.
It's awesome to be here, Travis. Awesome to be here, man.
Well, you have tour experience, you have relationships with these anglers, you know the lakes they're fishing. We are excited to see some of the insight you have for us today.
I'm looking forward to it. I've been on the phone with them all morning. I've been to Rayburn, and there's already some awesome things going on the water, and this is going to be a fun weekend.
Well, along with having Todd join us on the show, we are going to have an additional 2 hours with Todd because we are extending our on-the-water coverage this year 6 hours each day. So we're going to be bringing you 6 hours live coverage on the water each day. And this is a perfect tournament to have that extended coverage, Todd, because there has been some big fish action. We're going to talk about that in just a second. But before we get to that, let's talk about some of the new rules in the season here. Todd, what do you think about these new no co-angler rule?
You know, this is a big change for the FLW Tour, and I know a lot of the pros that I've talked to this week, they really are starting to settle into not having someone in the back of the boat, learning how to manage areas. So no co-angler in 2019. There's a great new Marshall program that's developing and giving folks an opportunity to sit in the boat with these pros. And in addition to that, there's a POV camera, the GoPro camera that's set up on every boat. So we're going to see some great footage all year long.
Yes, some new things. I think this is really going to add to the coverage and the experience that the viewers get to see, and also the pros are going to get to have a little bit more room to fish the spots how they want to. No longer two people fishing out of their boats.
Yeah, it's definitely a new experience on the FLW Tour in 2019, and I think we're going to see a lot of good things come from it.
All right, now they say big things in Texas, and Sam Rayburn is really living up to that. We have seen 11-pounders, some 9-pounders. As we take a look at this map, why don't you break down some of the key areas and talk about what some of these guys have been really focused on?
You bet. You know, they call it Big Sam, but Sam Rayburn, it's a reservoir down here in Texas. Famous. Lots of history here. I fear like 300 tournaments a year being held on Sam Rayburn. It's one of the most popular fisheries in America. It's in great shape. Over 100,000 acres here, and I've heard, the lake's up over 9 feet this week, which has added over 30,000 acres. Really added another lake on top of this giant fishery, but it's full of standing timber, grass. We're going to talk a lot about that this weekend, but most importantly, it's full of big Texas bass, and we're going to see those too.
Some huge bass. I mean, and not only are they bringing mega bass bags to the scales, but they're catching a lot of fish. I know that the tournament's already been going for about an hour this morning, and we've been seeing some fish catches. So we're going to be getting to that real soon. But first, let's talk about some of the things you're going to see up on FLW Live today. We've got cameras on boats the 1 and 2. And then we've got 3 roving cameras. So 5 live cameras are going to be covering this event, which is going to be a lot of action. Looks like we have good cell service. So there is going to be a lot to watch here today. Then we're going to take a look back at last year's season. Some records being broken, some amazing action from that. Costa Series, international, worldwide. We have spanned the globe, and that's an amazing thing to see how popular it's really gotten all over the place. And then, of course, getting social. We have a lot of coverage here on FLW Live. If you want to join in on the fun, make sure you use the hashtag FLW Fishing. Todd, we're going to be getting out of the water here, but before we do so, let's take a look at our top leaderboard.
Here it comes. Look at that water, man. The water's so high at Rayburn this week. You can see it up in the trees. Check out the leaderboard here.
Now, Terry Bolton, this is this morning's leaderboard unofficial, as we actually saw Bolton catch a few fish, and I think we're going to be going to him in just a second, so we'll get caught up with what he's doing.
And this is our first look at the leaderboard here in the studio too. You can see we've been watching Bolton catch some fish. They've just not updated his weight yet, but you can see Terry's holding on to the lead. And you see some guys already catching quick limits, moving up the leaderboard. Joe Webster, Brian Schmidt, already with solid limits in the boat this morning. So I'm sure there'll be lots of shakeup on the leaderboard today.
Sure, sure. To the viewers watching, this is where you want to be. You got to be in one of these top 10 spots to fish tomorrow and have the shot at the $125,000. But there is 20 other anglers that you're not seeing up there right now. Here we go.
Yeah, so the top 30 are fishing today, and this is Rayburn. We saw lots of big stringers yesterday from guys that maybe only caught 8 or 9 pounds on day one. So anybody can really move up the leaderboard today. It doesn't matter really where they started. Anybody can make a move into the top 10. We'll be keeping an eye on these guys, and we're hearing a lot of, the big fish are going to be the story, coming in through this leaderboard today.
Todd, great point there. There's actually 9 anglers in the top 30 that have a difference of 10 pounds or more between their day 1 and day 2. And 5 of those moved up 10 pounds or more, and 4 moved down 10 pounds or more. So this is a roller coaster tournament that one bite could really turn things around.
That's the way it is in Texas, an 11-pounder can change your entire event. 9-pounder, but we saw Bolton yesterday, and here we're going to take it out on the water to see him. He's already off to a fast start this morning. We're looking forward to seeing Terry.
And we're going to throw it over to Terry Bolton right now. This is our first live look of the morning.
I'm sure Terry's going to hear us here in just a second, but you can see he's getting warmed up. Looks a little foggy. There he goes.
How's everybody doing? So far this morning, it's been a successful start. I've caught a limit. Actually, just caught one. I've caught 2 so far. I got my limit, so now I can kind of relax and just kind of go fish the rest of the day now. Now I got to focus on catching some bigger ones, but they're all about the same size. They're around 2 to, 2 1/4, 2 1/2 pounds. No big ones. I'm getting some break up here in front of me, but just don't know if there's any good ones on this spot. Doesn't seem to be. But we'll probably stick around here a few more minutes and move on to another place and try to find some big bass. Pulled up some hydrilla. I wasn't expecting all this. Can't hardly see you out here this morning. There's one right there. Boy, he's way out there too. And he's probably going to be about the same size. Now I got a scheme to the boat. Got the crankbait sideways in his mouth. Might actually help. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I think he'll cool one actually.
Notice he said that one might help, which means he already has a limit in his live well. I don't know, they're all about the same size here. So.
We're an hour into the day, and our leader to start the morning already is culling right now.
See, they all look like twins right now. Until they get bigger, this becomes a pain to go through.
Great problem to have if you're Terry Bolton. That one of your biggest fears when you're leading an event is to go out and not catch them.
Come here. Come here, fish.
So to start out with a limit here this morning, and get off to a fast start. Great start for Terry Bolton.
They look like they're twins.
And Todd, you had talked to him last night, and he had mentioned that.
Here.
Oh, here we go. Let's look at that bag from yesterday.
And you know, I heard he caught those two fish in almost back-to-back casts in a short flurry in the afternoon. But yeah, I talked to Terry last night. He's having fun, you know, and he talked a lot about that. He's 48. He's contemplated retiring and slowing down a little bit. And he told me this week it was all about having fun. And he said he had a few flurries yesterday that were just an absolute ball. And he caught like a 6 and an 8 pounder and almost back-to-back casts. That's fun for anybody.
That's actually the one I just caught. But anyways, we're going to have to start catching them a little bigger than that. But crankbait. There's
a few boats that showed up today to watch Bolton
they're busting
extend his lead
in front of me. See him breaking, see him rolling on the surface right there. I need to try to see. I think they're kind of chasing bait up here. See, there they are right there, rolling. They're up high right now, running bait up here on this hard spot. Let's see if we catch a bigger one doing something else.
So Travis, when I talked to Terry last night, he told me that
all this fish catching making me hot.
He's having fun already this morning if he's sweating. He told me they had a place in the mornings that had a lot of fish on it, maybe keeper-sized fish, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to start on it this morning.
Man, the funny thing is they're moving on me a lot more today. See them still breaking out across that point there.
He has another place that he felt like had bigger fish on it, but he really feels like sun, and in the afternoon is the time to be there.
But any time you could throw in one of these places, you're catching 2-pounders, and it could be a 7 or 8 pounder. That's the way Rayburn is. You never know. Any cast could be a 7, 8, 9, 10 pounder.
You can see he chose to start there this morning. It turns out to be a good decision for Terry. You know, he's going to extend his lead with this and really give him some comfort in the afternoon to go chase those big ones.
Surprised not to get a bite on that spinnerbait right there. Huh? You know, I mean, I've kind of started here every morning and caught a limit, and that kind of takes the pressure off, you know, the rest of the day instead of, you know, then I'm kind of more free to move and do things and gamble, you know. And yesterday, I pulled in here and probably caught a, you know, 12-pound limit or so, and then I was kind of free to gamble after that. So, you know, that kind of takes the pressure off and relaxes you, and you can just fish a lot better. You know, if you're running around at noon with one fish, you can start fishing too fast and cause you to make poor decisions. So it's all about having fun now, and you know, whenever you're catching fish, I don't care how big they are, it's always fun. Keeps you mentally in the game. But I'm surprised that they're not biting as good of a succession this morning. You know, but that's probably due to pressure from the previous 2 days too. You know, that school's been beat on now for 2 days, and some of them carried off, and they've seen a lot of their buddies leave on that red DT-14 and this 3/4 ounce accent spinnerbait. So I don't know. I really don't. You know, we'll see. You know, I kind of thought the clouds had more effect yesterday, you know, putting the bait deeper, you know, and we're supposed to get some sun, I think, this afternoon maybe. So, you know, we'll see what happens. Pick out my professional overrun here. hope I'm not still live. Oh, I am? Good. I just had a backlash on live. I'd say they're all around the 2 to 2.5 pound range right now. Probably more closer to the 2 pound range than the 2.5. You know, nothing we need, but we're all glad to have them. We welcome all fish this morning. I can't get them to go on that spinnerbait. I caught those couple on it when I first got here. It's almost like you got to make them. Doggone it. Come off. He hit it, but he didn't quite get it. There he is. It felt better at first. Hey, believe he'll help.
Now with the split screen, here's our first look at Jim Tutt on the right there. He started the morning in third and is now just one fish in live wells, dropped down to fifth.
Chunkier, fatter one. Not a real big one, but.
Got a lot of tour experience between these two guys.
Both veterans. I mean, Jim's 58. He's won over $1 million fishing in FLW tour events. He's no rookie, and he's got a lot of history on Sam Rayburn. I really look for Jim to keep the hammer down and to keep catching. He's just getting going. It looks a little foggy where he is this morning, too. He's got one decent fish to start the day, and I'm sure he's going to get warmed up here real shortly, but looking forward to watching Jim today, too.
At this point in the game, it's not real scientific.
Now, Todd, in your opinion, how long does Terry Bolton stay on this spot? If these fish are, if he keeps kind of catching identical fish, do you then just
if
go?
If start being 3-pounders now, that would be even better. Or if I could catch a 4-pounder out of here, or you know, they all seem to be running about the same size.
You know, he came into this day with over a 6-pound lead, and at this point, every ounce matters.
Sure.
I'm not going to complain.
Every ounce matters. It's just like you said, one 3-pounder here could end up being a difference maker by the end of Sunday. So right now he's trying to extend his lead. He's trying to, I think there's enough fish in this area where he can just keep catching them. Sometimes you lean on a spot too hard and maybe fishing pressure can start to mount, but there's a lot of fish in this area. I mean, we've probably seen him catch a dozen already this morning. I think he's just going to keep catching them and try to keep culling, bump that weight up to where maybe one bite this afternoon could really extend his lead in a big way. So I don't think you're going to see Terry lay off here.
He just knocked a foot of slack in that thing, and I didn't get him.
With all of his experience at Kentucky Lake, he knows how to manage fish, and I think he knows what he's doing here. I don't think he's going to lay off. He's just going to catch as much as he can today and put himself in position to win the event.
I'm hot this morning. I got to come out of this rain jacket.
you know, you're expecting him to catch one on almost every cast here, and he'll give some flurries today. But the other thing about
still can't get him going in a good succession this morning. It's like I'll catch one, maybe two, and then they get wise pretty quick now. They've seen the old man in the tailpipe a few too many times, I believe. Try 10 and see what happens. Maybe I'm going under the fish.
You know, this is one of the things that makes a guy like Terry Bolton so good. He's got a lot of offshore experience. You'll see him keep rotating baits. You see he rotated baits right there, and he's hooked up immediately.
He's not very big though, but I may be going under him with that 14. This week's all about depth control. I mean, look how, you know, he got the bait a lot better. He got both hooks across the face. See if this works. See if I catch another one, then I'll know maybe I'm on to something. That, and I think I've caught, oh Lord, that's a good one. That's a good one right there, boys and girls. I think. I don't know. No, he may not be. He's acting weird now. I don't know what I got, or if it's foul hooked. Oh, it's a better one there. We need this. We need to catch this one. It's not a giant, but.
This fish doesn't want to come in the boat right now, Todd.
You're noticing one of the new rules coming into play here. No co-anglers. He's netting his own fish. Look at that nice one.
Good Lord, I'm getting too old for this. See, just that little switch I made from a 14 to a 10, I think. What a nice one. Much better right there.
That was amazing to watch. Right
Just
when
that
we
little switch right there, me not going under the fish, made a big, big difference.
And him talking about going under the fish, he was using baits, you know, he was using that blade probably coming underneath, the deep diving crankbait. And when we went live to him this morning, he was talking about seeing those fish roll, that they were up feeding a little bit. And finally, he made an adjustment to a shallower diving crankbait and immediately hooked up with that small one. The very next cast catches possibly one of his bigger fish in the limit here.
And almost right on cue, Travis. I mean, I was just saying, you know, like he has so much experience fishing offshore at Kentucky Lake and learning how to rotate baits. These fish reposition during the day, and he, you know, I know he's been using a DT16, a DT14, and then you just heard him. He just made a change to a DT10 as probably those fish lifted up in the water column.
That one there helped. They helped me a good 2.5.
Those are the small adjustments that a guy makes in the middle of a tournament day that you don't sometimes get to see without FLW Live, and you saw it right there. He picked up the DT10. He hooks up on his first cast, second cast, he caught his biggest fish of the day. That's a difference maker. That'll help his weight big time right here and extend his lead out a little further, but it's that small adjustment that Bolton made that is huge.
It seems like reconnecting with the fish each day is a big key. You know, a lot of these guys have found these big schools.
Another thing too, I think my 14 I've been throwing, I've caught so many times. I may be going under them with that 14. This week's all about depth control. Look how, you know, he got the bait a lot better. He got both hooks across the face.
Check out the Ranger replay right here. Just as we were talking, Terry picked up the DT10 and he was actually talking me through the change and hoping that that was the change he needed to make. And sure enough, he hooked up with this good one here.
See if this works.
It's never easy to try to hook land a 4-pounder by yourself with a net with a fish on a crankbait. You know, this is a nerve-wracking moment. But you can see Terry's super calm, really relaxed this morning. You can tell he's right in his wheelhouse. This is his zone, offshore cranking. Something that he's grown up and done his whole life at Kentucky Lake. I mean, you're really seeing Bolton in his wheelhouse right here.
He's acting weird now.
Takes his time,
and
plays this
yeah,
fish
you mentioned
out.
taking his time, and we thought yesterday with that almost 34-pound limit that he caught, we figured that was probably the biggest limit he's ever caught, and we were wrong. It's actually his third biggest limit. He had one that was just shy of 39 pounds, and that was on Falcon Lake, but all Texas poundments that he has caught in 30-pound bags.
Unbelievable. Terry's told me he's liking Texas, and I'm betting after today he's going to like it a little bit more. That's a nice fish right there. That's a huge cull for him. Probably going to get him up into that 15, 16 pound range, which is a nice place to start at 8:30 in the morning.
Why didn't I get a bite? Cast. Hey, little. Well, I said that. Now I don't know. Oh. Ooh. I think he'll help too. I'm really bad at this netting by myself thing. In case anybody's wondering out there. I don't know whether to wind. I don't know whether to scoop. He's not that big. I acted like I had an 8-pounder on. I got him hung sideways. Although he'll probably cull one though. He's DT fish catchers.
And it really doesn't feel like live unless we get to see some Brian Thrift fishing. And
Water temperature. It's hard to beat.
so we're going to swap over to our first look at Brian Thrift. Many records out of Thrift, one being the most appearances on FLW Live since we've started 3 years ago.
Alrighty.
We'd heard reports that he was throwing the Carolina rig, and
Catch a big one, mate.
it appears that he's doing that right now. Another one of our anglers with a limit already in the live well.
Yeah, I think Thrift has been starting out with a limit early every day, and we'll probably tell you the same thing that Bolton's saying, which is it frees you up to go look for some bigger fish later.
Last time we were here, I think was 2013. Oh, got one. Oh, he come off.
Gotta love those hook sets too, those Carolina rig hook sets. You might end up popping the cameraman here.
Last time we were here was 2013. I think the water's about 7 or 8 feet higher now than it was then. So it's a lot different. I won last time we were here way up the river, and I didn't even go up there and check it this time because I figured it would be blowed out muddy from all the rain and the higher water. And everything's so flat, I didn't think I'd be able to get. There's another one. He didn't need it. Yeah, he did. Little guy. Well, I say he's little. He ain't that big. We get the coal now. I think I finally got the line up right. I've been here for about an hour and had a limit, but it was slow go, and now we're getting bit every cast, so that's good.
Thrift's one of the masters of doing something that you may not have even caught right there, but he locked in the GPS coordinate when he found the cast, probably hit spot lock on his trolling motor. He's been fishing that area for a few minutes, and you'll hear a lot of guys this week talk about a one cast deal.
New scale company, Catch Commander. Pretty good deal.
Figuring out where that bait needs to be is critical when you're fishing offshore. Thrift is one of the best at it, but he just locked in his coordinate there. That could be the place he needs to be to stand back up and repeat that cast.
But they're all not big enough. We got to get a really big one. The day is still young though. These are good fish everywhere else in the country, but on Rayburn they're not.
Yeah, Todd, we really got to see the birth of that spot lock last year. You know, when you're culling, this used to be a lot more challenging or rushed job that these anglers had to do, because when they found that spot, you know, they would end up blowing off, and even if they had a GPS, they would have to go back to it, or they'd risk also other anglers moving up on that spot. And now with that spot lock, it holds the boat in one place, and he's able to really go through his fish, take his time, and then
play the same thing. Nearly.
and be confident with everything, and then go back to fishing. Where a lot of times they would just kind of weigh one or two fish and run back up, and it was kind of an ongoing process all day.
Perfect example of technology changing the sport, you know, and letting guys do exactly what they need to do. That boat's sitting right where it needs to be. He's calling out what seem to be cookie cutters here. I've got to unofficially him at close to 12 pounds. Looks about right to me. He's complaining, you know, Thrift is wanting to win this event bad, and he knows he's going to have to catch him bigger, but I know of about 140 other guys that would have loved to have caught 10 of those over the last 2 days. He's making it look easy, but boy, I'd say he is one of the best in the world, and you're seeing him in action here. He's getting organized. You know, this is something you do early in the day. He's probably caught these fish pretty quick this morning, just threw them on the live well. But now as he's got his limit, he's culling. He's going to take a moment this morning to weigh all of his fish so that he's organized, so that as the day goes on, he doesn't have to spend the time doing this later. He can make quick calls and really manage his time well during the day. That's one of the things that Thrift's really good at, and you're getting to see him do that right here.
Very methodical in everything he does. Like you said, he GPS that spot. He goes, okay, now I feel comfortable with this lineup right now. Spot locked, and then come over here, weighs every single fish. Even when you see him fishing, you know, today we've seen him just throw the Carolina rig. That's a rare thing to see him throw the same rod over and over, but he's getting bit on pretty much every cast, so I can't imagine why he would switch. But he usually doesn't throw the same action or the same bait twice in a row. Usually when we're watching him, he'll throw one cast, and the next cast he'll put different action on it. The next cast he picks up a new rod that maybe just a different weight of the same type of lure, and just a guy that really takes advantage of all the little things.
I think the best in any business, they come prepared. They're super prepared, and they're into the details, and that's the thing that always amazes me with Brian is I've heard that he's relying on just a couple of baits this week. You can see he's dragging something here, but it wouldn't be Thrift if he didn't have 12 to 14 rods. He's prepared and ready for any condition, even though he may be focusing with just one or two setups here this week. You can see his deck. He's super prepared. He's into the details, and I honestly think that's one of the things that's kept him at the front with FLW for so many years. The guy's just a force, absolutely dominant, and it's pretty cool to be watching him this morning.
Pretty tight.
How do you like that?
Getting a tight shot there of the new Lowrance Live. You can see his trails and kind of the contour that he's working right there. These guys use those trails.
I need to catch one I got to get the net for.
I think he called for the net on the last fish, calling for that co-angler to get the net. They'll get used to that this year. But they use those trails methodically to kind of work their way around these offshore areas to figure out where that key spot is or where those fish have moved to. It's important that these guys are paying attention to those trails. And again, when he caught the last fish, you notice he locked that spot in so he can stand back up and know exactly where he is. There's a close-up of his setup there. We'll learn more about his baits as some details come out here. He didn't want to talk a whole lot about that just yet. We got a whole nother day, and we'll get into more of that likely as the weekend goes on, but great look at Thrift here.
Foggy.
So a good start for Thrift here. Looks like his early limit moves him up to second. The guys who've gotten off to the good starts here, Bolton, Thrift, Tutt, all first, second, third, and they're going to be looking to add some bigger fish to that. But a great start for all three of those guys, and our top three at the moment.
As we head into our first break, we're going to take a quick live look over at Terry Bolton. And for our friends watching over on Facebook and YouTube, we are going to leave you with this live look-in presented by Polaris.
Live to the drone? That's pretty cool.
Look at that.
That's cool. Now if I get a bite right here on this cast, I've caught one and missed one on the last two casts. Let's see if we get one who wants to be a movie star. Oh, man. I think I got... Owie. I missed 2. How does that count? Can't figure out why I'm not getting them. Sun's coming out, which I would love to see the sun, but I think everybody in this tournament would love to see the sun.
All right, they're off of you.
Huh?
They're off of you now.
There's one. But I think he's small. I'm about to start drinking some water today. I'll be dehydrated. I'll be out here cramping.
You don't want that to happen.
I didn't get a bite on that cast. But we've gotten, at least we've caught our limit. So. Now we just got to run around and try to find a couple, big ones. But that's the thing about this lake. It could happen at any time, any place. What time is it? 8:43. We've probably about worn out our welcome here, but that's grass. But we've done what we wanted to do. We've caught some. We've got our limit. We got one actually a little better than average from this place. Look more like a 3.5 pound bass. So that makes me feel a little better. I was kind of hoping on one of these places they'd produce a little better than the 2 to 2.5 pound bass, but that hadn't been the case a lot of this week. I don't think he's that big.
Welcome back to day 3 live action. This was a catch here from about 30 seconds ago.
He's what we're looking for right here.
And when we were on Thrift before the break, he had really dialed in that cast too, Todd. So he had that nice lineup, and it looks like now he might be starting to take advantage of it here.
He was asking for one of the better ones, and you can tell by the way he's taking his time with this fish that it is probably going to help him. It's probably a better quality fish.
Wow.
And there's a look at it. Nice one for Thrift.
That's a little more like it.
Thrift is the absolute king of just hanging around in an event and just putting together very consistent limits.
That's a little more like it.
He had just shy of 21 the first day, 23 on the button the second day.
Or because of the fog. I need to throw at it, but I can't see it because that's where they're sitting. I know it's somewhere between there and there. Somewhere in that direction.
What Brian's referring there to is probably a landmark that he has. You know, a lot of these guys again are talking about a one cast deal on this offshore, in this offshore game. He's really just staring at his electronics here, but he's lost his mark. He's lost the target as that fog has rolled in, but he's, you know, Brian is so experienced, he still remembers where that target is, even though he can't see it. He'll search around and find the cast. And I'm reading that may have been about a 5-pound class fish, so that's a nice call for Thrift. Even got a fist pump out of him there. You know, he was pumped up about that. That's the kind he's looking for, and he's going to want to weigh in 5 of those today to make a move.
And you'd kind of mentioned that flow of the day with Bolton. You know, get that limit, and then you keep, and then you just every once in a while hopefully catch a bigger fish, which Bolton did, and now Thrift doing the same thing. He had a limit of generally the same size fish, and now sticks a big one that just says, hey, just keep spending time here, and there may be some more to be had.
See, and I think what we're going to see here today is that these guys that have seen these big groups of fish, the areas that they fish, and you can see Thrift is just up the lake from takeoff, headed towards the 147 bridge. But what I'm hearing is the guys that have found the areas that have large concentrations of fish, they're the ones that have been catching them consistently. There may be different sizes of fish. They may catch 2-pounder, 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 and the next time set the hook and it'll be a 6. But I think one of the keys that we're seeing develop here is people like Terry Bolton, Brian Thrift, Jim Tutt. They found areas that have big concentrations of fish. They're being very patient. They're catching them one at a time, and they know that those big bites are eventually going to come. But having a limit in the boat early, from a mental standpoint, it's huge. You can see how relaxed Brian is here. You can see how relaxed Bolton was this morning. But you know, these guys are off to a good start, and when you get off to that good start, it frees you up to have a great day. So good things can happen for any of these guys that are off to a good start this morning.
It's a good one and they quit. That ain't right.
It looks like Thrift's up in the Veach Basin. I heard that was a popular area this week. It's a very well-known area on the lake, very popular place, and you know, he's found a hole in there that's got a lot of fish on. He's been catching them early every day. You know, Brian's gotten off to a fast start each of the 3 days of the event, so no surprise here. He's working on them good again this morning.
One minute. That's another good one. What I done got here? Get the net for this one.
Oh, man.
Another upgrade
Yes.
for Brian Thrift. 850.
We got two good ones. That one long and skinny, but we got him. Calm down, boys, calm down. Ooh-wee. Now we just got to catch 3 more. My loon buddy's back.
And here's our quad for the morning. With so many fish being caught at this tournament, this might be one of the best views we can actually really understand how much is going on.
Definitely seems like there's a really good morning bite, and these conditions are probably helping extend that a little bit. But wouldn't it be great? Everybody's catching them this morning. Here's Tutt lifting one into the boat. So great look at the quad. Hopefully we'll get all 4 of them catching one at the same time.
And you mentioned Terry Bolton.
You ever seen a stupid loon get that close to the boat?
Seemed like it.
It's almost 9. We'll probably change locations here.
Got a whole lot more power as far as
We might
bottom
have just
end.
about worn out our
Top,
welcome
well, top
here.
end too, but
We've got a good start going. Now we got to go try to catch some 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pounders.
You're seeing that sun start to peek through. It's starting to burn the fog off, especially on the Terry Bolton screen at top left. And he had mentioned to you yesterday that's what he was waiting on, is that sun. And he was going to stay at this number spot until that sun kind of came out a little bit, and then he's going to go basically to the juice and see if he can't really upgrade.
That was his plan. I mean, it's, you know.
It's just, I was just kind of going along, following my Lake Master mapping and just following these little drains in, trying to set up in like 12, 14 feet of water, which seems to be about the inside edge of the hydrilla line and throwing toward the old bank line. And it has a little bare area or a bare spot where there's not any vegetation growing, any hay grass or hydrilla, and that seems to be where those fish are feeding. That and a little bit out over the edge of this hydrilla also. Golly. That little dude there. That little dude there hit it like $1 million, didn't he? He was really excited about it.
Bolton catching a lot of fish early this morning, but as I was saying, the big fish are going to be the difference in winning this event. And we're going to talk more about that later, but Bolton knows he's going to have to keep catching those big ones. Thrift is putting some pressure on him already this morning with 2 or 3 big bites in the boat, pushing the 20-pound mark already.
Cormorant. We probably, I keep saying that, we probably worn out our welcome here, but that felt weird.
Little guy. Spot.
Felt like one almost hit at it there.
He can tell when a largemouth bites it, they just donk it one time and it eases off.
Grass.
Spots bite it, they like to jerk the rod out of your hand.
I think I'm about to go change locations and try us another spot.
I think it was a little one though that was hooked up again. He just hit it way too hard.
Ooh. Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That feels good. That feels different.
Thrift and Bolton both
That
hooked
one
up
there
here at
shaking
the
his
same
head.
time.
He looks like another 2.5 pounder.
We've now seen 3 of the 4 hook up
I
since
might,
we've been
might
watching
not
this
be as
clock.
big as I think. He may just have it hung funny, but I feels like he might be better than average.
He is another 2.5 pounder. He is not what we need.
I don't know. I ain't seen him yet, so he may be disappointing once he gets here. Oh, no, no, no. We can use him.
First day.
He's got it hung on the top of the head, though.
Midday, I can't
Oh, we
hardly get
still
a bite
got
over
Brent.
on it. But they'll eat that Carolina.
Yeah. And I got my crankbait hung in my pants, but I got the fish.
Notice Bolton's wearing gloves today. He said yesterday his thumbs were getting bloody from handling those big fish. So he's trying to hang in there and go 4 days the distance. He's
Good,
got
better
gloves
one.
on this morning.
More better.
Now, Bolton hasn't taken the time to weigh his fish. And he actually mentioned that earlier. He said it's not an exact science this morning with these smaller fish. You know, he isn't too worried that he's going to make too much of a mistake and let one go that maybe is an ounce or, so different.
He knows to. I'm going to say it's him.
It's a lot easier to cull one of those with a 6-pounder. You really don't have to do a lot of work, and that's the confidence of Bolton, I think.
Yes.
I think he knows he's going to catch a couple of big ones later. He'll use the balance beam here just to make sure he doesn't make a mistake, but it's always interesting to see the different styles. You know, you'll see Thrift weigh them, and Bolton will put him on the balance beam there, but he's making sure he gets the right fish here and throw the other one back.
So that's my little one now. So they're all bigger than that, and that's probably a 2.5 pounder, so I'm doing better. More better.
All right, we've seen some different tactics play a role so far. We've seen, the shallow water guys really not be able to capitalize on what they needed to during the first 2 days, but these kind of guys targeting these fish a little bit deeper have found some quality fish, but
Boy, Tutt just landed a nice one there. I mean, look, Bolton's hooked up again. Wow, this is fun to watch.
Yes.
Fun to watch. Great morning bite going on at Sam Rayburn today.
I think that'll cut off. Huh? Yeah, I better see if I can check cull on that one. Two, 3, 2, 4, 3, 1, 2 pounds, 2, 2.
So I have Thrift unofficially over the 20-pound mark. First guy to break the 20-pound mark this morning. He's putting some heat on Terry Bolton's heels already today. Tutt with a great fish there. That's going to put him in good position, moving him up into the third spot this morning. He was pumped about that fish for sure. He's going to take that one to the scales.
let's take a look at that Ranger replay right now with Jim Tutt and that big fish he just pulled in. We're trying to take a look at what he's using as well.
Hit you in the head. I like ain't ever seen.
There's one.
Well, that'll make your heart stop right there. Big 5-pounder come up and jump with a crankbait, and just look how calm and cool these guys are. Taking his time.
Come on, baby, stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. All right. All right. Thank you. I'm trying. How about that? That's a good 4+.
Todd, that does not hurt things.
I think that'll cover.
And as we've been seeing these guys making those small little adjustments, and we're seeing some of the guys with a lot more experience catch these fish early. They might be quicker to make those subtle adjustments, where some of these younger guys, LeBrun, Warren, don't have as much experience fishing these 4-day events, and so they don't always have to make all those adjustments throughout the tournament. But let's cue up now our TH Marine Roadmap to Victory.
There's a lot going on at Rayburn this week. It confused a lot of anglers. It took the local advantage away. This weekend in particular, the guys that you see move to the top of the leaderboard, in my opinion, are going to have to do 3 key things. One, they're going to have to relocate their fish in their key areas. These fish are moving around. We've seen some good shots of birds, and Thrift and Bolton are talking about it, but the bait fish are moving around, the fish are moving around these areas. They're big groups of fish, and you may see big lulls from these guys, and then they reconnect with the fish and see some real quick flurries. The second thing, Travis, I think, is landing the big bites. You're going to hear guys talk about losing big fish on Rayburn here this weekend, and the guys that land the big fish. I think everybody's probably going to get an opportunity in this top 30 to land a big one. The guys that actually get them in the boat and can land multiple big fish, they're going to be the guys that you see make it to Sunday. And this is a pre-spawn event. You know, these fish are in a winter pattern. Even though it's in Texas, the lake's high, lots of shallow cover. This is a pre-spawn, kind of a wintertime pattern, and it can be a grind. You know, there's a couple little feeding windows that happen during the day. You can see one of them happening right now, first thing in the morning. There's a good morning bite, but we may see a lull at some point later today, and the guys who can stay mentally tough, stay in the game and know they're doing the right things. Bolton's in that place right now where he knows he's going to have to catch some bigger fish, and it may take him a few hours to find them. The guys that can be mentally tough, stay in the game, get those big bites late in the afternoon, that's huge.
Todd, excellent points about mental toughness, landing the big bites, and we've been really seeing that out of our veterans here, that they just are calm and collective. Bolton, he's caught many limits over 30 pounds. This is nothing new to him, and if he's going to do that, like he said, he needs these smaller ones, slowly cull up, but as that sun comes up, that's where he's going to try to take advantage of the other feeding window from some of these bigger bass.
Yep. For sure.
And now let's take a quick look at our top 30 leaderboard and see the movement that's happened so far in the first part of this day 3 action.
You see the veterans moving to the top of the leaderboard this morning, and it kind of goes back to that relocating the fish and being mentally tough. I see LeBrun and Warren hanging around there in the 4th and 5th spot. I've heard they're around a lot of fish, but just having the patience to reconnect with them and re-find them. You can see Thrift has found his group of fish, and Bolton's found his. Tutt's refound his. Jordan Osborne all the way up to 3rd place. Talked to him last night. He's around a great group of fish, but the guys that have the patience to reconnect with their group of fish, the ones that have done that this morning, they've charged up the leaderboard, and you're seeing the veterans right now really move to the top. So we'll see what the rest of the day brings. It's Sam Rayburn. I'm sure there's some big fish that we're going to see caught later today. A lot of these guys are really just getting started, and a lot of them have a nice afternoon bite. So it's been interesting to watch right off the bat.
And again, only the top 10 will be moving on to fish tomorrow, the fourth and final day. And we'll be doing another 6 hours of live coverage tomorrow as well.
The day is still young, and all 30 of these guys have an opportunity to make it happen at any point today. You still see a lot of guys who aren't even on the board yet, so lots of shakeup could happen.
Andy Wicker in 24th place. Another 11-pounder could jump him right back into things.
That's right.
And now back on the water live with Brian Thrift. And Brian was our champion last time we were here on Sam Rayburn.
In 2014, the last time the tour was here, Thrift had a winning weight of 73 pounds, 3 ounces. Little different time of the year. We were here in late March in 2014, more of a kind of a post-spawn situation. So it's no surprise that Thrift is near the top of the leaderboard anywhere the tour goes, but this is definitely different conditions. He's doing some things much differently this time around than he did in 2014, but he's in position to win this event, and we'll see what he's got the rest of the day.
And he snuck by Mark Rose in that event at the last day, like he's done many times to many people. Look at this resume here. Brian Thrift has so many records, such a successful fisherman.
So 65 consecutive limits after yesterday. He's already caught a limit today, making it 66. That's the FLW Tour all-time record. He keeps extending it. Man, it's amazing that he does it day in and day out.
39 career top 10 finishes, and actually he was tied with Andy Morgan going into this event. But with his limit right now, hitting that 20 pounds, I would bet on that he's going to outbreak that record.
Pushing, he's kind of paying attention to him. A lot of times those birds will give away the bait fish, and I've heard that from a few of the guys in these offshore spots that the fish are relating to bait in some of the areas, probably especially in the mornings in these low light conditions. So you're watching Thrift kind of try to reconnect with those fish here. You know, one of the things I find interesting about Brian, I think sometimes anglers get, and they get this misconception about their fishing style, and you know his nickname is Smoke on the Water, and I think a lot of people think he's a run and gun angler, but Brian is super versatile. Like you're seeing him really just sit on one spot right here
Since y'all left me,
and work all around it.
I don't know if it's a covey or a gaggle or what, but a lot of loons, a lot of them, I mean, descended on my hole, like right where the fish were sitting. And went to eating bait, making a lot of noise. You can see the remnants of them scattered out through here in the fog, but not had any bite since. That's the first for me that I've had loons poach me. You know, you'll have that. So we're going to give it about 10 more minutes. If we don't get bit, we're going to try to find some more. The loons have taken over this hole. They've claimed it as their own. I can no longer get bit. It's not good, because they were biting really good before the loons came in. Just almost every cast. Loons got here, no more bites.
When you're as detail-oriented as Thrift is, you pick up on those little things. You know, it's taken him, I mean, it couldn't have been more than 20 minutes ago that he was hammering on him, and now he's already
right there.
Ready to make an adjustment.
Go away.
You know, sometimes you're trying to keep other competitors from moving in on your fishing hole.
Sure
In this case, it's a loon.
I don't know what he's doing in Texas, but he needs to go away.
That's the local pressure right there.
So again, what I was saying about Thrift, a lot of people think he's a run and gun guy, but you can see he is as patient as they come when he needs to be. And the thing about Brian, he's got the wisdom to know when he needs to run a lot of spots and when he needs to sit down on one place and be patient. And the thing with Brian is he's just super efficient at what he does. He stays in high percentage areas. He understands what's going on. And right here, he's telling you that these loons are diving and probably breaking up the schools of bait fish, and probably relocating where the bait's moving around, his fish are moving around, and he's really in tune to what's going on the water, and really impressive to watch.
Catching a 2.5 to 3 pounder every cast. Herd of loons coming. Ridiculous.
Another look at Bolton and Thrift here together. You know, they were probably both off to the fast start this morning unofficially. Bolton at 15, Thrift over 18, and taking the top 2 spots here this morning.
Well, don't seem to be cooperating anymore. I think my 14, I think it's had its, see, I got a sinker now. I'm going to have to cut that one off. Put a new one on. Caught too many bass, old warrior.
Todd, one of the guys that was going to need to make some things happen on the water today to make the top 10 was David Dudley,
I
who
guess it wears out eventually.
started the morning in 21st place, and just a few moments ago he had some good things happen. So we're going to take a look over at the Ranger replay and David Dudley.
Oh yeah.
We've been waiting for that big fish this
But don't
morning.
worry,
We've seen
we
Thrift
have
land
more.
a couple of 5-pounders. Bolton had one look to be over 4, and you know, when it comes to Sam Rayburn, you know you're going to see some big fish, and this is our first look today.
And Dudley with 24 pounds day 1, but then only 9 day 2. It was we were really gonna have to find out what was gonna happen today.
And, Dudley's a veteran of the tour. You expect him to maybe make a move here today. You can see he didn't even have the net out yet this morning. He's shaking his net to get it loose. You can see him taking his time with this one. Check out this one, guys.
I just snagged a big bass.
And this was taken with the Marshall camera here. I don't know if we have any audio on it, but I wish we could hear Dudley, because look at that.
He's pumped.
If you can't tell, he is excited right there.
He is pumped this morning. That will make your heart beat.
Look at the head on that.
Unofficially an 8-pounder and the first giant Rayburn bass of the Saturday
Taking on
morning.
water. Probably that's why
Worthy of that Ranger replay.
Instead of a 14, I had like a DT, whatever I wanted to let it sink to, you know.
Looks like the fog's starting to lift where Bolton's at. I know he's wanting the sun to come out, and he told me last night he was going to have to be patient in this mid to late morning time frame, that he had a place that he could catch him early, and then he really felt like his best opportunity to win the event was at a place that he really
But, you
kind
know,
of saved for the
overall,
afternoons.
I'm not going to complain about the old start this morning. we'll just have to run around and see if we can find us some more fish somewhere to catch. I took my jacket off, the wind's picked up, and I've gotten cold. You know.
You can see where Bolton is up there. He's up there where cell service is marginal at best. But I talked to Ramey Colson this morning. He travels with Terry Bolton, both Kentucky Lake guys, and I know their experience from Kentucky Lake has helped this week, with fishing offshore. But one of the things that Bolton said to me last night is he's not afraid to sit down and scan right now. So Rayburn is up 9 feet this week, and it's really put the fish in a zone, maybe in that 12 to 15 foot zone where these guys have been able to use their electronics.
Fish and then they were done.
He's definitely, in a fishing his strengths here at Sam Rayburn. He's not afraid to sit down and get behind the steering wheel and idle around and look for fish. And he told me that that's how he found both of these two places, idling, and he felt like he may be able to find another one, and he may be able to devote some time to that today, especially with the fast start, 15 pounds in the live well, and trying to be patient to get to his what he calls his big fish hole in the afternoons when the sun pops out. You may see him spend some time behind the steering wheel, idling, looking for fish, spending some time graphing and looking for a new school of fish.
Yeah, I spoke to LeBrun, Warren, and Berghoff last night, and all three of them talked about they kind of knew a mark that if they got to it early on in the day, they would actually spend a little time looking around because they would feel comfortable they were going to make day 4, and then want to expand that water, make sure they don't run out going into the final day.
So it seems like the guys that have 2 or 3 main areas, they're being really patient and working through those areas. But I think the guys that spend a lot of time running around, and this is something that I personally had some issues with in these pre-spawn events, is I'm typically wired to move around and fish fast and cover lots of water. But in these wintertime pre-spawn events, you have to have the wisdom to know when you've found an area that has a lot of fish. Be patient. Realize that there's little feeding windows. The fish move around a little bit.
There's a little bit there before I get in the mess,
There's just some key areas, and you've got to stay in those areas. That's where the fish are. It's not like you can just go down the bank here with the spinnerbait and catch one. You heard a lot of guys were confused this week with the high water. You can see all the standing timber there in the background, and I'm sure if you're just tuning in and seeing this for the first time, you're thinking, why isn't he up there throwing a spinnerbait? Why isn't he up there flipping? And I think a lot of anglers were scratching their head asking the same question this week from when I talked to them through practice. The high water, being in Texas this time of year, you would expect the fish to be up there wanting to spawn or on the shallow cover, but the reality is it's still January. It's the second week of January. The water temp's in the 50s. This is really more of a pre-spawn winter kind of event. And so the guys that were running around and maybe trying to cover too much water, I talked to Castledine this morning, one of the best on Rayburn and Toledo Bend from this area. He was confused by the conditions. He felt like there were just a few, just enough fish up there shallow to make you think that you could catch them. But the real key here is having there's just areas that have big groups of fish. That's why you're not seeing Thrift run around here this morning. You're not seeing Bolton still at his starting hole. They've been there for a couple of hours, but yeah, I think you'll see they'll rotate through 2 or 3 main areas. That's going to be the key for these guys staying at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, let's make a move, even if it's wrong. Let's go see if we can find some more fish somewhere. Go see what we can do.
When you're leading the event by 7 pounds with 15 in the live well, you can hear how relaxed he is there in his voice. He's not in a hurry. Terry, he's told me he wanted to have fun. This week was about having fun for him. You can tell he's not stressed out at all. He's doing what he does best. He's going to go look for some new fish. Awesome. I'm getting text messages from the tour pros, you know, telling me where he's fishing, what's going on. Just got a message from Rich Dalby, longtime tour pro from Texas, and he just told me that this area that Thrift is fishing right now is notorious for trophies, you know, like 9 to 12 pound. A lot of 9 to 12 pound fish get caught in this area where Thrift is fishing. So, you know, again, if you're wondering why Brian's not out running around, you know, like running and gunning, like I'm sure he knows that this is a great area. A 9-pounder at this point for Brian Thrift is a game changer. It probably ties him for the lead. So just knowing that area is notorious for big fish, that's part of his strategy here, and being patient. Those big fish are going to be game changers, and you're just hoping that happens. He's in great position here. One big bite can really move Brian up. And just to talk a little bit more about the morning bite, I'm looking at the unofficial leaderboard here, and a little over half the field's already caught a limit this morning, Travis. I was told there, and traditionally in the pre-spawn there is a good bite first thing in the morning. You can see that the fog is still kind of hanging around in certain areas on the lake. Those low light conditions really put bass in a feeding mode. This little low front that's coming through. They had some rain overnight, and I don't think we've talked about that yet. They had almost an inch of rain, I think, in some places around the lake. Sound like the lake maybe came up a little overnight, may have gotten a little dirty in places, may have changed some guys' bites, but the key this morning for the guys that have figured it out is you know, getting around their groups of fish early, capitalizing on the morning bite. And again, more than half of the 30 guys have already secured a limit, and puts them in good position to look for the big bites throughout the day now. You know, one guy we've not talked about yet today, Travis, Sam George. He was leading after the first day. He was in second place after the first day with a huge bag, 28, 29 pounds. Kind of stumbled a little bit yesterday, but I noticed he's starting to sneak his way back up the leaderboard. It looks like he's caught one big fish already today. He has a limit and a lot of room to grow. Sam's back in the top 10 at the moment. Rookie, TH Marine rookie. I know he's super excited to be in the top 10. And boy, you know, he has the potential to put together another big sack with what I'm seeing. With his limit right now, he's got a big fish in there and could really move back up and make things interesting and be on our screen at some point here. So a couple of rookies really making some noise this week. Nick LeBrun, Sam George, both been near the top of the leaderboard since the first day on Thursday.
I missed it. Little spot.
That's the first bite we've seen Thrift have in a while.
Maybe they're gonna get back to biting now.
It looks like Thrift's alternating back and forth between a Carolina rig and maybe dragging some kind of worm, some kind of plastic here. These guys will be pretty tight-lipped about how they're catching them until tomorrow. They don't like to tell. There's still competitors out there. They're not going to want to talk a whole lot about how they're catching them and give away too much information. But you can definitely see he's dragging plastics. He's fishing bottom-oriented baits here. And he's still competing with the loon out there. That loon's hanging around. Whatever he's fishing, whether it's bait, that loon.
Right now, stupid loons, I feel like. That's what I'm blaming it on. Either I've caught them all or the loons ran them off, and I don't think I'm good enough to catch them all. So I'm blaming it on the loons.
There'll be a lot of talk about the big fish at Rayburn this week. Looks like on day one, Scott Martin, Jordan Osborne both land 9-pound, 12-ounce bass to tie for big fish on day one, and then day two, Andy Wicker with an 11-pounder. And Andy's not on the board yet this morning. He may be saving some 11-pounders for the afternoon, but an 11-pound bass to weigh in on a tour event. I know he was super excited. And what I found was interesting is that he was actually fishing for spotted bass when he caught the 11-pounder. And I think you may have, I don't know if you talked to him, you had heard some more about the story. He was fishing for spotted bass, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's kind of been a little story that some of these anglers have been, come up with some theories that, some of their limit spots where they're just going for some spotted bass, they've rolled up on them in the tournament, thrown out there just looking to get some of these keeper fish and stick a giant, 9, 11. And one of the theories is that some of these bigger fish fall around and maybe even feeding on the spotted bass themselves, but certainly fall around some of these schools of spotted bass and wait for them to wound some of that bait and just kind of get those easy meals that are falling down. But a huge bonus when you're just looking to fill up the live well and you fill it up with an 11-pound bass. And Todd, we're rolling into our second break of the morning. Still plenty of action left. And we've for sure seen one of those feeding windows as we're going to leave you guys right now with some of these amazing fish catches we've had so far this morning. And I'm willing to bet there's going to be a lot more coming up later in the day. Do not go anywhere, guys. We have more FLW action here on Sam Rayburn Reservoir when we come back.
Look at that. This is what we make.
Getting no bites.
To more day 3 coverage here on Sam Rayburn Reservoir for the season opener of the FLW Tour. We're going to be going live with Chad Warren, one of our sophomores here on tour. His rookie season back in 2017 had a little rough start, but ended the season with a second place on the Potomac River. Didn't qualify to fish the Tour 2018, is now back and off to a hot start. Maybe continuing that momentum he started over a year ago.
Yeah, Chad went back and fished the Southwest division of the Costa Series last year. Looked like he finished in 10th points, requalified for the Tour. He's off to a great start. This is his second Tour season in 2019. You can see Chad's culling here. He's been kind of, like just steady all week from what I've seen. We're not hearing a lot about Chad Warren, but I've heard he's on a really nice group of fish. He's just steadily catching them, and he's already culling this morning. So again, like we've seen with some of the other guys at the top of the leaderboard, having that limit early, that's great to just help you settle down and get into your area.
Not much, probably about 10 pounds right now.
Yeah, I hear you. Live? Well, I started out my first spot this morning and didn't get the quality I've been getting. I got a limit, but only for about 10 pounds, so right now we're in my second spot, hoping to do some upgrading. I've been catching a lot of fish on this little channel swing right here. So let's hope there's a few left. We need a couple of 5 to 6 pounders. I got one more spot to fish.
Last night, when I was talking to Chad,
The last 2 days I left them biting right here. So let's hope there's a bunch left. I'm just throwing a 1/2 ounce white booyah bug swim jig with a little white Kitech on the back of it. Oh, missed that one. I didn't miss that one though. That's a good one too. Oh yeah. That's going to be a major upgrade. Get in the boat. That's what I'm talking about right there. 5 of those will do all right. Just a little advice. Don't forget your cool tags at the first derby. You have to borrow a couple. Cause you get your arms wet all day long. Boy, that's tough. We're gonna get rid of them anyway, so we'll just pick one. About to have to start switching the ones on the big side to the little side. Two bites on that cast. I don't know if it's the same fish or not, but I caught him on the second bite. So let's hope there's another one in there about that size or bigger.
Gotta love the vote of confidence
There he is.
from Chad Warren.
Oh, they've been doing that a lot. You get 3 or 4 bites and catch one of them. On this white swim jig down in the clear water, and I can't get them to bite it, but they sure like it up here.
And that
Settle
confidence.
down.
That looks looks like the last fish he just got. Same shot.
I don't know if he's fast or if he's big. Feels fast, don't feel very big.
In his 2017 rookie season, Chad described that
planned. I just need a couple big bites.
as he felt like he was just flying around like a wild man. You know, rookie season, putting a lot on your shoulders, putting a lot of weight, putting a lot of high expectations for yourself. This year, he just has really felt a lot more calm, a lot more confident in what he's doing.
He's locked in right here.
And it looks like it's paying off.
Yeah, not bad. You might get rid of that other one.
And Chad sounded super confident this morning when he was culling the last time. He wasn't taking a whole lot of time, He knows he's going to get rid of these fish later in the day at 1 4-pounder at a time, 1 5-pounder at a time. He's culling ounces right now. That's why you probably won't see him take a lot of time to cull through these. He's just going to make sure he got the right fish and then get back to work. But you're right, like in fishing, just like any other sport, when you get uncomfortable or you're not really sure what you're doing, the game has a tendency to speed up on you. Your time starts to move really fast and you feel out of control. But I remember at the Potomac event, because I was there, Chad found a great area there and he really just stayed in that area and fished. And sometimes that's the whole key, is finding a place that you're confident in, just staying there, slowing down, doing what you do. And I think that's pretty much been his formula this week. 2 or 3 main areas. You can see he's got a lot of confidence in this area. And in talking to some of the guys, it's become about triggering these fish, getting them to bite. You can see he's missed a few right here. He's commenting on they're swiping at it or biting it and not getting it. But
after I'd been culling all day.
Triggering these fish, getting them going has been a big deal for some of these guys this week.
Mm-hmm.
He's locked in on that spot right there. His boat's not moving. His trolling motor is keeping him in the same exact location, so he can sit down here and retie or readjust his lure, get back up and go right back to the same spot where he was casting at when he caught that fish.
Yes, so we definitely have to correct that Thrift was not using spot lock. Social media was not going to let that go away. So thank you guys for being alert and paying attention to what's going on.
And put it on my graph and I was just coming back through here following the channel and happened to just make a big swing right up against those bushes right there. And they just loaded right there for some reason. I know it. But he's the reason I found it. I mean, he didn't show it to me, but he showed me how to do it.
Again, Chad's been super steady all week. He's sneaking back up into 5th place here, pushing the teens mark, and I think we're going to keep saying it, but one big bite now, a 7-pounder, an 8-pounder, can really be a game changer and put him in position to win. He's been steady all week. One of the things I found interesting this week is a lot of these guys that are using the moving baits, like a swim jig. There's a couple guys catch him on a swim jig, but if you noticed, he's throwing a 1/2 ounce swim jig. And a lot of times when you think swim jig fishing, you think 1/4 ounce, 3/8 ounce, you're fishing shallow vegetation, and that's a way to catch them at Rayburn. He missed another one right there, but with the extra 9 foot of water that's on top of the bushes that he's probably throwing at.
Motor's drunk right now.
that 1/2 ounce jig is getting the bait down to where the fish are in maybe that 7 to 12 foot zone, where that 1/4 and 3/8 ounce swim jig just doesn't get down fast enough. It's more effective. That's a key adjustment for somebody like Chad Warren.
You gotta start throwing different things in there. Yesterday I pulled up a few times with a swim jig here, and then they kind of started hitting it and missing it a little bit more and not getting as many bites. I picked up that Carolina rig and caught a good one, so we're going to try a couple different things when they quit biting the swim jig, but I'd much rather catch them on that swim jig if I can.
If you watch his rod tip right there, you can see him feathering it through the bushes. That jig is actually hitting the top of a bush, maybe down in 5-6 foot of water, and you can see he's shaking it out. He's kind of feathering that jig through there, and sometimes just snapping it off one of those limbs. That's what's generating a reaction out of some of the fish that are suspended over the tops of those trees.
I never really fished a swim jig like this, but it's so deep on the outside of those bushes. It's probably 10 to 12 foot. I'm basically throwing it out there, letting it hit the bottom and kind of hopping it up and letting the pendulum back down. And they either hit it when I pop it out of the grass or while it's falling back down.
You see Chad's fishing a little different style than what we've seen so far this morning. We've seen Tutt and Bolton and Thrift all basically fishing offshore structure. Chad's focused more on a shallow grass line with some bushes. You can see he's in a little drain that they'll call it a Rayburn, a little cut, little pocket. Fishing a little shallower than the rest of the guys, a little different style, but he's fishing his strengths, and that's always a key to having a good event, is doing what you're comfortable doing. Chad's figured out how to make that work.
And to your point, here is some of the guys' locations that are spread out throughout the map. And you can see how flooded this lake is. A lot of those guys look like they're fishing on the shore right now.
Now that's really kind of the middle section of this arm of Rayburn, up there around the 147 bridge area. All traditionally well-known areas, Harvey Creek, Deer Stand, Beach, Bird Island. Those are some key areas up in there. But what I was told was, this area of the country's gotten so much rain over the last month or two that the far upper parts of Rayburn have really gotten dirty. Lots of debris, lots of muddy water, and they really didn't play in this event, but that center, that middle part of the lake was the big deal. Warren's hooked up again. Replay. Yeah.
All right, and actually, these are going to be some recaps of the morning a little bit right now. We're going to watch some of these fish that happened in the morning flurry we've talked about. I mean, the second these guys got on the water this morning, they started pulling in fish.
Chad's been steady. He's fishing a little more stained water, I think, than our other guys who are fishing more offshore, a little clearer. You can see he's throwing a half-ounce white swim jig there and some stained, shallower bushes and a grass line. Good start for Chad Warren this morning. We've got him unofficially in 5th with a solid limit. And then over to Thrift.
And here was Thrift. He was throwing the Carolina rig when we came on to him earlier this morning, and found a lineup and just started calling up. The second he said, all right, there's my lineup, the next couple casts was when he was able to really call in some big fish.
Thrift caught a couple of key fish off this area this morning. I think he lost his lineup in the fog and the sun trying to burn it out there, but he was catching them every cast there for a while. We're showing him in the high teens. Great fish right there for Brian. I think he's worked through that area. He's complaining of the loons chasing his fish off there and kind of messing up the area. But great start for Brian Thrift. We've got him up in 2nd place this morning, making a nice charge.
We got 2 good ones.
And the gloves, we know who that is. It's Terry Bolton. Started the morning in 1st and has really guarded that lead all day long.
I don't know. I ain't seen him yet, so.
Terry's got 2 or 3 areas. This morning he started on a place that he's calling his limit spot. He caught a lot of fish this morning. Great start for Bolton at about 15 pounds. Over to Tutt, he caught a big one this morning. Now these are your top 3-4 guys here that you're looking at this morning, all in position to actually win this event, all with a good start, all with solid limits this morning, and really some exciting things going to happen this afternoon, some shakeups.
Yes, and then a lot of new things on the tour this year. With live, we have extended coverage, but then with the actual rules, we have some new additions that we talked about a little bit earlier, but No co-anglers. These guys get to fish by themselves. We talked about that. Now they have to net their own fish, but they also get to fish for their own fish. There's not two lines in the water. They're not competing with someone at all times.
Yeah, and you know, like these guys are fishing big groups of fish here, and when you don't have a second person in your boat, you've seen these guys sit down in their boats and retie and take their time culling. You know, it's really changed the way that they can manage that area. And if you could think, man, 170 co-anglers that catch 5 fish 2 days in a row or something, we're talking maybe 2,000 fish that are still in the lake that haven't been caught yet, that these guys can manage their areas and really be patient there. And that's kind of what you're seeing with the no co-angler rule kind of playing in this event.
Now live over to Jim Tutt. And unofficially, we have him about 16 pounds right now. And in the 3rd place slot.
Right. Well, it's been a lot different today. I think I'll call about 10 keepers. I got one good one and some small ones, but you know, I'm not going to change. Just the weather doesn't move them. But it just makes them a little harder to catch. I'm on one of my good spots now. There's one. Oh, I missed him. And I didn't even fish it yesterday, but I caught a bunch in here the first day, so kind of saving it. We'll see what happens. Just throwing a little low crankbait, fishing it real slow for me. But hopefully we'll get a big one here in a second. The wind's, there's one. Good, I got him pinned down now maybe. I believe that's a decent one. Oh, keeper. That might cull. That might cull a little bit. We'll see. Well, decent little fish. I don't think he's going to help though. Check real quick.
Tutt's a veteran. You know, he's in his late 50s. I've known Jim for a long time. He's just as steady as they come. Seems to make the cup every couple of years. He's over the $1 million mark, 9th of the current FLW Tour roster. He's 9th in career earnings. He's no rookie to Sam Rayburn. He's got a long history there. He's won a Costa event there, several top 10s in Costa and DFL events. Jim has not won on the tour yet, but he finds himself in position here at Sam Rayburn.
Yeah, if there was a lake that he could possibly do it, it's Sam Rayburn, and he's well on his way. He's definitely doing the things he needs to be doing to have a chance going into tomorrow.
Jim's a Texas guy. He gets these Texas lakes and fishing grass in general.
I'm just slow winding this little crankbait out there, and there's some little transition spots while I'm fishing, so see if we can get another bite here.
And Jim seems to always do well in these grass lakes,
Yeah,
Gunnersville.
we just put it in this spot. I don't know, I probably made about 15 casts here, and started on a good spot this morning. I caught just one there, keeper, about 2-pounder, and then moved to another little point, caught 3, and then moved to another spot and caught a pretty decent one, about I don't know, 4 something, and then caught some more keepers, didn't help us, and then moved over here. Like I said earlier, I didn't save it. I didn't really need to come to this spot yesterday because I didn't want to burn some 3-pounders, but, you know, I saved it for today. But it's different conditions today, so we'll see what happens. Yeah. What I'm fishing here is, this is one of the few main I call it main bank, main lake spots I'm fishing. And it's just it's a spot I knew about a long time ago, and I really don't ever fish over here very much, but I came by, checked it first day, tournament, caught several, and it's just a transition spot. There's a little old ledge out there that drops a couple of feet with kind of a hard bottom. And just one of those kind of places they set up on when the lake's high. I've actually caught them here in a coastal event that we had here before, 3 or 4 years ago. I'm throwing a 10-pound line, and I'm real slow, and I'm not worried about the fish breaking off. Not here, not this time of year, because it's cold and they're not fighting too hard. You just take your time, you can get them, but just gives the bait a little bit more action. It gets a little bit deeper. And you can see I'm winding it slow, painstakingly slow for me, but need to get them going. I think I'm gonna need a big one today to keep fishing tomorrow, a real big one. There's too many good guys left that are really on them, so see what happens. The places I'm fishing have big ones in them, so. I've been using my electronics a lot today, not here because I'm spot locked, but some of the other places I'm fishing, I'm using the Garmin Live Scope and looking forward and actually seeing the fish, and I'm not actually seeing them eat it because I'm not making super long casts and it's not very deep, but I'll see some fish out there and throw out there, and I don't know, probably 25% of the time I'll catch them, and that's a pretty high ratio to me, so being able to use my electronics has helped me the last couple of days, no doubt about it. Well, I'm pretty fortunate too, since we're fishing on Rayburn, which is, I guess, be my home tournament lake, and you know, it's just kind of a deceiving tournament because even though the water's high and it's been really warm, I think a lot of the fishermen are thinking it's springtime and went up in the trees and stuff, and I know you can catch them up in the trees, but I'm treating this almost as a wintertime tournament. But it's a little bit different because the lake's so high, it came up so fast that everybody says they're not in their usual places, but I kind of disagree with that. I think that they are in their usual places. You just have to throw different baits. I mean, the rattle trap deal's kind of gone away for the most part because it's too deep, unless you fish something really, really slow and kind of hard to do. But anyway, it's probably going to get nasty at the end of the day, and it's going to show us what all this false warm weather we had will be gone. It hadn't been windy at all, so that's been kind of nice. Trying to get a big bite. I can't believe there's not a bunch of them in here. I mean, I had them going in here the other day.
Jim's alluding to a cold front that's about to set down over Sam Rayburn overnight tonight. They're projecting temps in the mid-30s from what I saw. Certainly might change some things for some of these guys. They're certainly aware of it. The veterans are always looking out ahead, you know, seeing what weather patterns are coming and maybe adjusting their strategy accordingly. But Jim's definitely referring to an upcoming cold front.
They want a little different bait. I'm not going to keep out here.
You know, one of the key points that Jim's talking about there is this, again, the lake is 9 feet higher than it normally is. Jim's a really good trap fisherman. He likes to fish a rattle trap around shallow grass. It's just typically like that 3 to 5 foot zone, 3 and 5, maybe 7 foot zone on Sam Rayburn, and now all of a sudden that depth zone has become 12, 14, 15 feet. So the rattle trap, not a big player in this event, it appears. A lot of guys are cranking. Jim's what I would call finesse cranking. So you heard him talk about how light line was critical. He may be using a balsa bait, something with a tight wiggle.
About a 10-pounder. Pretty cool deal.
But using lighter line when you're finesse cranking, that's key. That seems to be how Jim's been catching him this week.
But it's been kind of a deal where you'll be fishing. I mean, if you know where a group of fish are, you'll go, and then you get 2 or 3 pretty quick. I don't know if that's the, if that's just their feeding deal, but I think, I know when you catch 1 or 2, it fires them up. So, unfortunately, I've been culling, and I'm taking a lot of time in between casts where I need to be just firing out there. But, you still got to measure them and weigh them. So. I know they're up there because I had 2 bites and missed them. One felt pretty good, it's hard to tell, and then I caught that keeper, so. And I know nobody's messing with these fish at this particular spot. They might have moved that on the end.
I don't think we've seen a guy stand on the trolling motor yet this morning, Travis. I mean, I keep looking at that, but these guys are really in key areas. They're really being patient and thorough and trying to reconnect with the fish, and they'll all tell you that when you find them, you can catch 2 or 3 or 4 in a row, get well really quick, typical, like Jim said, winter time.
Hit them from a different angle.
More of a pre-spawn pattern. These veterans, super patient.
This spot, the first day I came in here, I probably had, except for that 8-pounder, I probably had 17, 18 pounds. I came in this spot right here and culled 3 of those, so I know there's some big fish in this little spot.
And Todd, one of those anglers that has really been keyed into one spot is Brian Thrift. And we're going to jump over to a Ranger replay. This just happened moments ago.
You can tell he's hooked up with a good one here. When you see Thrift take his time, he's moving around the boat. I don't think he's seen the fish yet, but he knows. He's caught enough fish this morning. He knows probably when he sets the hook. This is a good one. He's taking his time, and he's slowly working his way to a 20-plus pound stringer. Put himself in position to win. This is a key fish for him. Great shot right here on the water. Like a slick calm out there this morning. Fog's starting to lift. Kind of seems a little bit like heaven to me, Makes me want to be there, that's for sure.
I got light line on this swim, mate. It's not going to be fun.
So leading up to this, Thrift already had 2 fish over 5 pounds in the boat. What do you think, Travis?
And he might call this number 3 because he had 5 fish, 2 that he really counted, and this might be number 3 on that. And let's see if we can't get a look at what he's got there. That looked like a little bit of a swim bait.
If I know Thrift, he's going to remove the lure and throw it immediately in the lake right here so that you don't get a look at it.
You watch live.
He held it for a second. That's about as close of a look as you're going to get at Thrift's bait until tomorrow.
And we're going to do another Ranger replay almost at the same time that Thrift was catching that fish. Terry Bolton was answering Thrift and hooked into a nice one that we're going to see right now.
You can see Bolton's cranking there. He's winding. He's got his loose reels. He's doing what Terry does. He's just amazing at cranking. I've grown up, cut my teeth in fishing, watching him crank on Kentucky Lake. He's in the zone and doing what he does best.
Oh boy. Look at that. Did you loosen my reel when I wasn't looking? Here comes Nick. Sounds like. See if I'm right. Maybe not. Oh, no, maybe it's not.
And along with changing the depths of those crankbaits, changing the color as well.
That one got a little fist pump and made his hand shake a little bit. The adrenaline's rushing. Great fish for Terry Bolton. You know, those are the kind that he needs to extend his lead out today. You're right, Travis. Terry's not only rotating different depths with his crankbait, but he's rotating colors based on the conditions, maybe showing them a new color that they haven't seen yet today. We saw him earlier go from, I think he said a DT14 to a DT10, immediately caught two. One was a key fish, and here you can see he's changed colors. Those are the things that veterans will do throughout an event. It's a 4-day tournament. Making those adjustments by the minute, really, are the keys of being able to keep catching those fish day in and day out.
6.5? Probably 6.5.
Oh.
But it's just those little subtle adjustments that are hard to see without FLW Live. Mm-hmm. Awesome for us and the viewers at home. We get to see this right up front. You can see the adjustment that he made right there with color. That's a key fish for him. That's the biggest fish that he has so far today, and extends his lead. So great adjustment by Terry Bolton.
And Todd, a lot of anglers, you know, myself definitely included, if I weighed in 33 pounds one day, that's all I'd be in that spot throwing whatever lure caught me that 33 pounds, and I would die by that. You know, it would be a feast or famine thing. But he's really showing this versatility. He's showing his experience. You know, he started the morning. I'm not sure if this is the spot where he caught the big ones. Most of the morning he was just fishing that the numbers area, throwing different baits, really just allowing the bite to come to him and feel out what the day was going to be like.
Yeah, Terry knows that when the fish get, you know, into that depth zone.
That really helps my calls there. Keeps me in the game, you know.
And when he says keeps me in the game, he's saying about winning this event. It's not about trying to stay in the top 10. At this point, Terry knows you don't get an opportunity to win a tour event very often. And Terry's not won at this tour level. So when he says keeps me in the game, he's talking about winning this event. But again, Terry knows when you get into that depth zone where the fish are out in 9, 12, 14 feet, you know, a crankbait is one of the most efficient, most effective tools to use when you're targeting that depth zone, and that's what he's doing. So with that fish, Travis, we unofficially have Terry Bolton over the 73-pound mark, which was the winning mark in 2014 when Brian Thrift won. I think that was his third tour win. He had 73 pounds over 4 days. Bolton has that right now, just about a quarter of the way into day 3. I'm curious to see if these guys can keep putting up those 20 and 25-pound stringers and really add up some big weights. I'll be curious to see how this front impacts the fish if they keep biting. They're all talking about an afternoon bite when the sun comes out, and you can see the clouds are starting to lift a little bit here. The fog's now gone. I still think there's some fireworks in store for the afternoon bite, but we've had an awesome morning here. I mean, like 3 guys pushing the 20-pound mark, all in the top 3, great starts. We've seen an 8-pounder caught by Dudley, and I'm sure there's more to come.
Hey, the sun's coming out. You know what that means? The sun's coming out. Yeah. Gotta put sunglasses on now.
Bolton's having fun. He's having fun out there today. He promised me he was going to. He said, win, lose, or draw, if I don't catch a bass today, I'm still going to have a good time. And he's doing that. I'm guessing 19 pounds in the live well helps you have a little more fun. It's always more fun when you're catching them.
You know, and he talked to you about the sun coming out, and that was going to be a signal to start moving over those big fish spots. And, you know, he's got that 19-pound cushion going on right now, and the sun's coming out just as he predicted. And, you know, that's really momentum and a confidence builder. I think there's a lot more to come from him throughout the day.
You know, if you're just tuning in, boy, there's been a great morning bite. There was a lot of fog, a lot of clouds, low light this morning. A lot of the guys have been talking about an early bite right off the bat, and we've seen several guys capitalize on that. In fact, most of the top 30 right now have a 5-fish limit. I think all but 2 or 3 of the guys. So it's been a great morning bite. But a lot of times in this late winter, early pre-spawn, when you get to mid-morning, you get to lunchtime, there's a lull.
One bit, you know. That's what I came over here for, was to catch a... Once again, it did disappoint, so who knows, there may be another 1, 2, or 3, 4, or 5 more here today. You never know. May not catch another one for the rest of the week, but whatever happened, it's... Huh? I got a backlash. They came to me live.
Second one of the day. Even the pros get the backlashes. It happens, especially when you're trying to throw that DT, that light crankbait. It catches the wind sometimes. Terry's having fun with it though. But you know, as the sun starts to come out here, there can be you got to realize there can be a couple of feeding windows.
My smallest fish now is down to like a 2.5, 2 3/4 pounder. So now I got to catch 6, 7, 8 pounder to get the bit. And see if I can't improve my weight. Right there. I don't think he's that big, but I can't tell because he's... Uh-oh.
Hang in there, cell service. We want to see if this is a big one.
Todd, that music means we're coming up on a break, but we've got some fish action here.
Oh, the suspense builds. The suspense
Unfortunately,
builds.
we're going to lose a little reception. But we're before we head to that break, we're going to take a look at the leaderboard and see what movement has happened. This is where you want to be at the end of today to make it fish to tomorrow, the 4th and final day. A lot of guys getting some fish, a lot of limits being caught so far, and a lot of big fish being caught.
Amazing. 28 limits so far this morning. 28 of the 30 guys. We have 5 fish already. Rayburn is fishing well. The lake's in great shape. The veterans have moved to the top of the leaderboard, but don't count out Nick LeBrun, the rookie. Don't forget, I predicted a rookie was going to win this event. Nick is sneaking up there on Terry. Great start here on Rayburn this morning.
Yes, and Bolton, that is a little bit of a delayed leaderboard as well. He may be more around 19, 20 pounds right now. So we have 3 guys, those top 3, Bolton, LeBrun, Thrift, are all flirting with that 20-pound mark already this morning.
Been a great morning. I'm sure there's fireworks coming this afternoon too.
Absolutely, and David Dudley with a monster fish earlier today. That's moving him way up, so he's encroaching on that top 10
top 10 for Dudley. Wouldn't be the first time.
Yes, and lots more big fish to come, guys. There is the bottom with Scott Martin finally getting a limit. He was having a slow start, but Scott Martin, he's another guy that makes it to the top very frequently. He's going to do whatever he needs to do.
See Billy Shelton down there too. I heard he's been catching them real good. And some of these guys, their areas have changed. Rain overnight, water come up, dirtied some areas. Look for some of the guys like Billy Shelton to make some adjustments later today and move up the leaderboard. I see he's only got one, but still at this point, anybody can move up that leaderboard, sneak into the top 10. And again, some of these guys are just getting started and reconnecting with their fish.
Stay tuned. We will be back with more FLW live action from Sam Rayburn Reservoir when we return.
You are live for 5 minutes. Viewers a little bit about what you're doing here. Break it down.
This is this creek. Missed one. This creek comes in here, and the channel comes right up against these bushes right here, and it makes a big bend, and it runs out back across this pocket. And for whatever reason, those fish are stacked right in front of that one bush. You know, right on that bend of that channel. It's about 12 foot deep there, and I'm just dragging that swim jig and this Cinco and a Carolina rig right out here in front of it. I've got hydrilla sitting where the boat's at. I don't know if you can see it on the graph there, but that's all hydrilla right through there on that live scope. And those fish are just sitting right between where that hydrilla ends and these bushes start. You know, this is, normally it's 2 foot deep right here, and it's 11 right now. I don't know. I'm sure there's fish up in those bushes, but to me that's kind of overwhelming getting in there flipping. I mean, I love flipping, but not when there's 11 foot of water on it. And for whatever reason, these fish are stacked right here on this channel swing. I mean, you can do the same thing. Cut 5 off of it yesterday and pour 5 off of it on Thursday. But right now, I kind of decided that I'm going to have a 20-pound day today, so I'm not laying off of them until I either get a big bite or I burn them all up. So we got to make it tomorrow before we can win. I got one more spot that is real similar to this, just a deep channel swing bank out in front of some bushes, and we're going to go hit it here in a minute. There's missed one there. They're kind of biting funny today. I got to my first spot, and boy, I missed a lot of fish. And I haven't really been missing many fish at all. So I don't know if it's they're getting smart because I caught so many of them out of there, or if it's the day or that rain last night kind of screwed it up. But let's hope everyone else is having the same issues I am. Good way to start the year regardless. Having fun. My mom and my wife and my daughter are on their way today. Pretty excited to see them and carry my little girl across the stage with a sack of fish, so we got some work to do. I'm gonna make about 2 more casts and we're gonna get out of here.
And we are back live on Sam Rayburn Reservoir. Stop number 1 of the FLW Tour. And on cue. And that's how we draw it up when we talk about live.
Tutt's sitting in 4th right now. He's got about 16 pounds. If this fish can break the 2.5, 3 pound mark, it's definitely going to help him. So he's grabbing the net. Looks like a good one.
That'll work. That'll work.
I think it's going to help him by the way he's talking. I think
Cool.
it's going to
How
help.
about that to go live right to the fish? I just caught about a, I don't know, 3.5 pounder. Let's see. I know that's the smallest. That's a 2.5. That's a 2.4. That can't be right. That's a 3.1.
Man, along with these giant fish, the numbers of fish we're seeing being caught are amazing.
All right, let's see here.
You know, some of these big fish tournaments, you know, I don't run Okeechobee. Sometimes the fishing's slow, but, you know, the bites are huge. We're getting both those right now.
210.
It seems like feast or famine right now on Rayburn. I've talked to a lot of guys that didn't know how to catch a keeper, really, but these guys are putting the show on. Some of them, I just got a message from one of the on the water reporters, Joe Webster's caught 32 fish already this morning. You can see Tutt's culling through fish too. One of the most confusing things when you get to this point is when all your fish look like the same size. You know, all of his fish are in that 2.5 to 3 pound range. So he's going to take a moment here to get organized too. He's got one good one, a 5 pounder. I know he's happy about that. Love the new live well graphic there. You can really see what he's got and what he can make some moves with a 6 or 7 pound fish. Can make a difference for him at this point. He's got a solid bag. Really working towards a nice day for Jim. Jim's actually using a culling system that allows him to record the weight on the ball. The weight spins there, so he can actually weigh the fish, record the weight, know exactly which fish he needs to get rid of next. So he's getting organized here.
Yeah, he looked smaller, didn't he? That's an awful job of calling. All my batteries flew out. The fish are probably biting. If I get lucky enough to make the top 10 tomorrow, I'm gonna go buy some scales.
He should at least have enough money at this point to go buy some new scales, Jim. It's a good call there for Tutt. Really good call.
I think the smallest fish we had him unofficially at 3 pounds.
Oh, cool. Well, I kept throwing in the same cast for about, I don't know what, 10, 15 minutes maybe. And finally hit that little spot again and got a decent one. So we'll see what happens. We'll stay here. I started to leave, but we'll stay here a little bit longer. I know they're down there, like I said, it's just the deal where you got to just keep throwing. They're not super aggressive right now. And again, it's just a little old ledge we're fishing. And nothing fancy about it. If I can hit that little thing every time I get a bite. Well, what this is, from when I can recall when the water's down, obviously if you pan up there, y'all can see there's a yard up there, or some kind of deal where they had mowed. And it's not a ramp or anything, it's just like a clear spot, and it comes out, and right about between here and that little sweet gum tree there's a little bitty old ledge. I mean, like a foot ledge, and there's a couple of little old bushes or something down there, and that's all it is. Just an abnormal spot along basically a straight bank. And I don't know, I just found it a couple years ago, and it's just a spot where they set up when the water's high, and that's it. Sometimes the weirder spots have fish on them. They were a lot more active the other day. They were out, kind of roaming out there on that little flat thing. I think that live thing is cool. And I'll tell you something too, that I know there's a lot of people watching this, which I think is even more cool. But, uh-oh. Got it. This is the first year and the first tournament that we've had the opportunity as pros to fish without co-anglers. So I had two really great marshals. In fact, one of them was a co-angler several years ago I fished with. And it was a great experience for those guys, but I tell you what, it was really cool for me personally, because I could fish a spot like this a long time. I could throw different angles. You know, it made me more efficient as a pro. And so I would recommend that anybody that's out there, you know, that's wanting to learn about fishing, whether you're an amateur or a pro, you know, or want to be a pro, the marshalling field is a great way to do it, because first off, you're not fishing. You're actually watching what the pro's doing. You're not trying to catch a fish. You can actually pay attention to what the pro's doing. And, you know, it's not very expensive, and heck, it's like a guide trip, you know. Pretty cheap guide trip with guys that are really on them. So anybody's watching, you know, that's thinking about being a marshal, it's a great opportunity for the marshals, for people who want to learn, and it's a great opportunity for the pros. And I really appreciate it. And anybody who's wanting to come out and do it, I would recommend that, and give you a thanks ahead of time.
Great plug from Jim Tutt for the Marshall program.
Here.
And for any of you guys wanting to take part of that, head over to FLWfishing.com to find out more details. I know that there was a waiting list for Sam Rayburn. It has been very popular so far, and so anyone looking to do it for one of the events this year, like Lake Toho coming up, make sure you sign up soon.
Well, it's not really a ramp. It's just it's a little drop off right there, and I'm trying to kind of come at a quartering off that drop. Not really straight down it, but just kind of quartering off of it.
You know, the co-angler was a great opportunity, you know, for a lot of people, but what Jim was saying there is that by being a marshal, these guys are just going to tell you exactly what they're fishing, like he's doing right here.
But I think the different weather's kind of got them positioned different.
They're gonna tell you what bait they're catching them on. They're gonna tell you how they're setting up on it.
Man?
I truly think that the marshal
if
you're going to learn, you're wanting to learn what the best in the world are doing, the marshal program is a great opportunity.
Next time I call, I got to get the beam bag out and check them, because I didn't even weigh that last one because I couldn't get my scales to come on. Cool. Well, the wind's picking up a little bit, and I'm just repositioning on that same spot. Probably gonna make a move here in a little bit, come back and hit this spot again. They get kind of conditioned to the bait, I think. Or you catch a couple of them, pull them off or whatever they're holding on. See, I started reeling fast just then, and I need to just remember to slow down. Not too close, but I do have some more spots, yeah. Yeah. We still live? I got another spot we're gonna hit here in a minute, but this one I kind of milking it, to be honest with you. I got a little point up there that's just 100 yards or so. We're gonna hit that, and then we're gonna make a pretty good little move. Trying to manage the fish. Which today, you know, you really need to put out all the stops, but hopefully you can fish tomorrow and, you know, get some more fish. But my old man used to tell me catch all the big ones you can every day. Worry about tomorrow. Make 5 or 6 more casts, we're gonna make a little move. That was a tree, that wasn't a fish.
Figured out why these fish are suspended, I think, and a lot of them are suspended, and a lot of it's making the right cast at the right depth to catch them. And like I said, they've been real fired up. I've caught several here, but I've really had to work for them. Really had to work at it today. Make a lot of casts and change my angles and position of the boat. You know, seems like whenever there's one little area in there, if I can hit that grass, sometimes I can trigger a bite. But overall, caught a lot of fish. And I got one big one. I did lose that one. I did lose one good one there a while ago. But it's been a good day so far. You can't win them all. But I can't figure out yet, trying to figure out the right angle and the right cast. Because it seems like I'll move and catch 2 or 3, and then I won't catch anything for a while, and I'll move and I'll catch 2 or 3. Ooh, man, right there. Something. I guess that's a piece of grass I come over. Or it might have been hitting. Sometimes I swear I can feel that crankbait hitting something down there, like fish. But there is a lot of grass, though, so it may just be a part of my imagination. But I can go back, throw that spinnerbait in there. I did get one bite on a spinnerbait here, or 2. Caught one, missed one. But it seems like the crankbait's the only way I've been able to trigger them, to react, to get a bite. Hit that grass again right there. You just have to keep after it. Bunch of that black snotty grass down there too. I'll tell you this much, my arms are gonna be tired. I've thrown the crankbait more in the last 3 days than I think I have in 10 years. I'm definitely feeling my age. Oh yeah, the first day I was catching so many, both forearms were locking up and cramping. And I'd literally have to stop and sit there and stretch my arms out before I could make another cast, or I'd catch a fish and they'd about lock up to where I couldn't reel them in, you know, and so I thought, well, but yesterday, of course, I haven't had any problems with it since the first day. I don't know if I finally got the soreness worked out, or I don't really know. But I was definitely feeling my age. I've not thrown a crankbait this much, nor have I caught this many in a long time. Maybe that's I think that's part of the problem. I hadn't caught any in a long time. That's just it. I was out of catching mode. I'd been in fishing mode and was not in catching mode.
Those are that big old big.
Am I still on live? I was told this last night that I was supposed to, when I caught the first one this morning, to give a shout out to Dan Moorhead. He said it'd probably be 1.5 pound, and I forgot to do it. But somebody tell Dan it was not 1.5 pound, it was actually like a 2.5 pounder. So he won't be disappointed that way. Well, let's see, let's change up. Let's pick that wind's picking back up some now. I think we will pick that spinnerbait back up. See if we can, got the old double willow into the wind problem. The woo. Call that rot roll when that happens. You better keep your thumb on the spool. Now the first day I caught some nice ones, slow rolling a big blade, and I've caught some, but they hadn't bit it as good the last two. I mean, I've caught some, but
FLW live.
a lot of bait out here. Lots of schools of bait fish. Lots of stuff on the spinnerbait too. That's not good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was gonna leave, and then I lose a 4-pounder and catch a keeper and a short fish, and that's about every time I think I get ready to leave, I'll catch one or two.
Area I'm fishing right now is, you know, it's pretty obvious the water's come up, but anytime the water comes up, you can still read. It's kind of like a myth, you know. The magazines say whenever the water comes up, fish just go in amongst the forest. Well, that's typically not the case when it floods like this. They still like their home body, if you understand what I'm saying. They still like to stay in there. So this week, what I've been trying to do is just go around and on places that would be normally 5 foot, 10 foot out offshore. I'm, you know, just looking for places like that that will have the right depth. And right now 15 to 18 foot is about where I just saw 2 of them come in on my screen. I've actually been video gaming a lot of these fish. You know, you'll see them on your screen. So basically, I think everybody in the tournament this week we're looking for places that are normally shallow, and of course they got water over them. But the key is finding that slick spot, that hard spot in amongst where the grass is at. Whether you're fishing the inside grass line or, you know, outside, you want that clean bottom. Grass, you know, is really not, I mean, it's good now, if it makes sense. So the around the grass is, it's kind of like their little hideout. So am I on live? All right, guys, for all of y'all watching live, I'm gonna do a little commercial right now. You see this, David Dudley Outdoors. I want y'all to go on the computer and hit subscribe. That I caught the first day, that's gonna be epic. I caught like 60, I don't know, 60 or 70 off of one spot, and I got it all off them. So I've actually channel, so go on. Yes, this was a commercial, but click it, hit the notification button. We got lures. So Greg Bohannon was the first.
You know what? That was a little scratchy, but
general information. You know, like something like, find me a double bait, and it was hilarious to watch some of these pros, a bonus round, all that kind of stuff. I got some cool scores that first day, and all the videos are going to be pretty cool. But that 8-pounder, you talk about catch crazy. Has a crazy story with it.
I can recap that jargon that the cameras not having good reception, but at David Dudley Outdoors YouTube channel, I think he was trying to promote, he has been filming himself. So there's an additional camera on his boat that he goes and edits and puts up on his channel, and I think he was promoting for you guys to head over there maybe during a break or something after live ends today and hit the subscribe button. And he also said, make sure to hit that notification button so you get an alert every time David Dudley posts another video.
Everybody wants to see the fish catches, right? A lot of these areas out on Rayburn have spotty cell service. You know, we got some little nuggets of information there from Dudley in between his service when he was talking about what he was fishing. He's, you know, what I found interesting so far today is a lot of these guys are fishing different techniques. Take a look at his 8-pounder Ranger replay from earlier today. Dudley caught this biggest fish of the day so far, an 8-pounder, Travis.
Yes, and we don't have any volume on this one either, but can you tell? He's screaming, hooting, and hollering. He knew this is what he needed.
What a way to start the year for Dudley. He caught the biggest bag of his career on day 1, now an 8-pounder here on day 3. David's having fun too, and he's capturing all on his own footage there, and boy, just all smiles from David Dudley.
Now back over to Brian Thrift, who has, we've been seeing him in the screens still catching fish. It doesn't look like he's caught any big ones, in the last few minutes at least, but still weeding through plenty of fish.
Unofficial leaderboard has Thrift at 21 pounds today, having the best day of anybody in the top 30 so far.
Eat it, you little joker. All right.
And Thrift usually has a little more than his unofficial weight says. I think both days, day 1 and 2, I think he had unofficially about 19 pounds. In both days, he was over 20 pounds. So.
Oh. All the same size. Which is not big enough.
People talk about Brian Thrift being more of a numbers guy. He kind of goes out with that mentality of just wanting to catch every fish in the lake, and he figures if he can catch as many as he can, somewhere in those fish is going to be the winning fish in the lake. Where some guys really try to key in on those bigger fish, they really hunt those monster weights. Thrift just seems to find these schools, to find these active fish and weed through them and slowly build up his limit.
Look at him making a little bait change here. He's a master of efficiency, is what I would call him. If you ask Brian, he's not fishing for a limit. He's not fishing just for big ones. He's just trying to catch fish. And I honestly believe he's just more efficient. There's a quick look at maybe a spinnerbait. Are we seeing a spinnerbait from Brian Thrift here this morning as the sun starts to peek out? But he's really just trying to get bit, and he'll weed through fish and weed through fish. He's caught a lot of fish already today, culling his way up, and again, just a master of being efficient, working through the numbers, catches them everywhere we go. Currently, unofficially in 3rd place.
Ate it. Ate it. I don't guess there's one in there big enough to eat it because they're just pecking at it.
Todd, this year already lining up to be an amazing year. Some huge fish being caught. But how about 2018? Last year we had a lot of memorable moments. Jason Lambert just putting on a clinic on Kentucky Lake comes to mind. Mark Rose winning Angler of the Year. Clint Davis making a huge comeback in the final day of the Cup. Just a lot of fun moments that we saw, some emotional victories from some of these guys.
It's a long season. I know all the top 30 that we're getting a look at today are super excited to be off to a good start in the 2019 season, but it's a long season. These guys are trying to catch every fish that they can, and boy, 2018 was a great year. I got to fish at the Cup as well, and it's a year that I'll never forget as well.
Absolutely. And just a reminder to you guys that are watching live right now, we are extending our days this year. So instead of 4 years, we are doing 6 years of live coverage, or 6 hours of live coverage. So that's going to just mean that much more fish catching action for you guys. Anyway, we're going to be heading into another break. But first, we're going to leave you with a 2018 recap. We'll be right back after a short break.
2018 was the most exciting year of fishing the FLW community has ever seen. Anglers from around the globe smashed records as they traveled across this beautiful country. We have witnessed heart-wrenching losses and career-defining victories. The first 2 events may have given Florida anglers an advantage, but the Canadians gave them a run for their money. As the hometown McMillan boys battled the Johnston brothers in the top 10, it was another Florida native, Tim Frederick, who came out on top on Okeechobee. Catching a 9-pounder with 10 minutes left to fish on the final day gave Frederick his first tour victory.
19 pounds, 14 ounces. Your champion is Tim Frederick of Leesburg, Florida.
The Johnston-McMillan feud continued at the second Florida event at the Harris Chain of Lakes. Jared and a handful of other Florida anglers targeted giant hydrilla gorillas to break into the top 10, but it was camaraderie and teamwork that hoisted the Canadians into the top 2 slots. Chris Johnston and Jeff Gustafson fished near each other and even shared bait, which led to Johnston's first tournament win.
But the hardware lasts forever.
Slowly marching north, the tour dropped anchor at Lake Lanier during the spell of unstable spring weather. The only constant here was the amount of fight in the spotted bass.
Yes, that's the guy we're looking for.
After pulling in nearly 24 pounds on day 1, it seemed like Bradley Hallman had these fish figured out. But changing conditions each day forced him to adapt, and he ended up utilizing 4 different patterns to keep catching them.
Because that's a good one.
The Oklahoma native reeled in 68 pounds of feisty spotted bass and claimed his second tour victory. At Lake Cumberland, anglers fell into one of 2 camps, those targeting smallmouths with swim baits or largemouths with spinnerbaits. The Bass Federation national champion Alan Boyd fell into the latter category, while reigning Angler of the Year Brian Thrift fell into the former. Heavy rains and plummeting temperatures on the final 2 days couldn't stop Thrift from breaking the consecutive limit record and becoming a 6-time tour champion. David Williams had a stellar year, finishing in the top 35 at 5 of the 7 tour stops this season, but none were as special as Smith Lake. Top anglers like John Cox, Cody Meyer, and Matt Airy found themselves struggling to call, while Williams was catching 25 to 50 bass each day, skipping his swim jig around docks.
Boom! All game.
The North Carolina pro bagged nearly 5 pounds more than his closest competitor and earned his first tournament victory fishing one of his favorite patterns. No one could have predicted what came next. Kentucky Lake is known for being a ledge fishing slugfest. Ledge experts like Mark Rose, Jason Lambert, and Randy Haynes went out on day 3 expecting nothing less. Lambert proceeded to break multiple FLW records, including the largest margin of victory at 28 pounds.
Oh my God.
Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, that is a friggin' giant. I'm done today, boys.
Joining the Century Club and claiming his 3rd career win here may just make him the king of Kentucky Lake. The record-breaking continued as the tour roared into the final destination of the season. Lake St. Clair was on fire this year, and smallmouths were key. In the first 2 days, over 6,000 pounds of bass were caught, making it the greatest 2-day total weight record in FLW history. The top 3 anglers, Dylan Hayes, Chad Grigsby, and Brad Knight, ran all the way to Canada to fish beside each other, sharing a stretch just a couple of miles long that was replenishing each day.
That's what we're out on St. Clair for.
It came down to the final day and a 26-pound bag that pushed Grigsby over the edge and into the history books. Mark Rose didn't win a tour event this season, but he never finished lower than 67th. It was that consistency and versatility that led to his coronation as the 2018 Angler of the Year. He led by example and proved that hard work, faith, and family support can drive the best anglers to be even better. Hot Springs, Arkansas lived up to its name as 56 of the nation's top anglers spread out across Lake Ouachita for the hottest bass fishing tournament of the year, the 2018 FLW Cup. The first 2 days were a grind for everyone, with limits barely breaking double digits. But that didn't stop the 2 previous Cup champions, John Cox and Justin Atkins, as well as the 2018 BFL All-American winner Nick LeBrun and 2017 FLW Series champion Bradford Beavers, from marching into the final day. Clint Davis narrowly slid into the 10th place slot by only 1 ounce and found himself on the bottom end of a stacked top 10. With nowhere to go but up, Davis pushed out to an early lead with a 5-pounder that no one saw coming. Hammering on a handful of brush piles he had faith in, he eventually amassed nearly 18 pounds, giving him the largest limit of the tournament and the greatest comeback in FLW Cup history.
Championship Sunday. Let's see him. A 5 bass limit.
Each year, Fishing League Worldwide brings world-class anglers to the greatest fisheries in the nation. And each year, the fishing just gets better.
Oh my gosh, dude, it feels really big. I don't know. Oh, it is. It's a good one.
With another season in the record books, we are all looking forward to a new year full of bass fishing excitement that you can only find on the FLW Tour.
Meet the new leader in off-road utility, the completely reinvented.
That's awesome. I liked it better when they were biting every cast. Everyone bit it, just nipping at it. quit my swim bait.
Icon in the sport.
Welcome back, everyone, to FLW Live. Here's a look at the lake map here, and Nick LeBrun. We haven't seen too much live coverage because he's had very spotty service, but I think he's made a move now up to the main part of the lake here, and we may have a camera heading back over to him, and might possibly get to see some Nick LeBrun footage because he is unofficially in second place, right around 20 pounds.
Yeah, Nick's been off to a great start today, and a lot of you may be wondering where he's at. He's been out of cell service up to this point. He's up in that 147 bridge area. Nick's off to a great start. Looks like he's got 2 fish over 4 pounds and building towards a big day. He's within 5 pounds of the lead at the moment, 5-6 pounds. So,
and Nick is one of the guys that's very familiar with this body of water, has a lot of waypoints on this lake, and if there's a guy that's ready for a 4-day tournament, it's definitely him. He has been saving water. He's alluded to that, and every day he's caught quality fish, and then he's tried to extend, go search some of those other waypoints and look for some more schools and stuff. And look to see him do more of the same today.
Nick seems to be on a roll. I mean, he won the 2018 All-American, made the top 10 at the Cup back in August, and here he is making a run at winning the tour opener on Rayburn. This lake's no new place for him. He's got 5 top 10s at Sam Rayburn, and so we're hoping to get a look at Nick out on the water later today.
But anyone trying to make a run at first place here at Sam Rayburn is going to have to deal with this guy. And that is Brian Thrift, who has been catching a lot of fish today.
Thrift's over the 20-pound mark. Looks like the wind's starting to pick up where he is now. According to our look in Thrift's live well, he has 3 5-pounders. He's got some room to upgrade a couple more 5-pounders, and he's going to be knocking on the door of leading this event. So he's been very consistent through the first couple of days of this event, and I don't think Brian Thrift is finished yet. He had 2015 on day 1.
I made a move. I kind of quit biting where I started this morning, and I ran up to fish some stuff that I've been fishing the previous 2 days, and as soon as I set the boat down, they were biting pretty good and caught 5 or 6 that didn't help us, and now they quit biting. So maybe you're going to make another move. Need to catch one more great old big one.
So 20 pounds, 15 ounces on day 1 for Thrift. Backed it up with 23 pounds even yesterday. We've got him at around 21 or so far today. I mean, I think you look at Thrift as a guy who may just get better each day through this event, Travis. This is what makes him dangerous, whereas some guys may start to deplete their areas or start to run out of fish or their weights start to go down. Thrift may just keep getting better as this event goes on. It's so typical of Thrift, and you can never count him out when he makes a cut. I mean, he's going to keep getting better, keep learning areas, keep learning how to catch them with different conditions. I don't think he's done today. He's according to his live well, we've got like a 2.5 and a 3-pounder still in there.
Football jig, but he didn't eat it either.
he's trying to replace one of those with a kicker today, and that'll put him up in that mid-20 range, and that'll be a strong statement going into day 4.
Thought maybe they'd eat it since they was just playing with the swim bait. They seem to be playing with it too.
Travis, I've heard this week that Thrift is just out there dragging a Carolina rig around, but we've seen so far this morning he's thrown a football jig, we've seen him pick up a spinnerbait, we've seen him drag around a big worm, and I don't know if that's intentional. I don't know if when he gives information, back to the media, that he just tells them he's doing one thing, and I gotta believe that Brian is really smart, but he's not going to live and die with one technique here. I mean, we saw him start his day in the fog, in low light conditions. Now you can see that the clouds are breaking up, the sun's popping out, the wind's picked up. He's a master at making adjustments. It's why he keeps those 12, 13 rods out there on the deck. And, just one, as we've seen earlier today with Bolton, just those small little adjustments, those small little bait changes, those are the differences. By the end of the day, he'll make an adjustment that will catch him a key fish. He's definitely not just out there dragging around a Carolina rig. He's mixing it up. He's searching for that new lure that they're going to react to, and that's what makes Thrift one of the best in the game.
Absolutely.
You kind of wish he would just tell us a little bit about what he's doing, right? He's pretty tight-lipped. I mean, you've got to work to get some info out of Thrift and find out what he's doing. We would love to hear him tell us what he's doing there, but he's super into his bait. He's one of those guys that just locks in, and I think he thinks he's his lure. Like he's picturing exactly what that football jig's doing right now as he's hopping along the bottom. He again, super detail oriented. He hardly misses anything. He's in the moment, and always looking to make little adjustments, which you'll see him do here. Just got a message from former Tour Pro Rich Dalby, who had messaged me earlier, but he said that Thrift is up in that Highway 147 bridge area. And a couple other competitors are in that area that are in the top 10 here, but he said that has been maybe the most consistent area on Rayburn the last few years for top 10s, for wins. And it's always interesting to me to see how the guys who do well in those events, they find the best areas on the lake. This is not the area where Thrift won in back in 2014. It's a completely different area, but he's found an area that has the potential to win. And He's in an area that has a lot of history these last few years with being a winning area.
We lost all our spectators.
You know, it's hard to say what Thrift is fishing here. I mean, obviously he's fishing offshore. He's fishing some kind of structure. Well, I'm sure we'll learn more about it going into tomorrow. But again, I think one of the interesting things about this week at Rayburn was that the lake is so high, 9 feet high, and it's brought a lot of shallow cover into play, a lot of really fishy looking stuff. If you were to go drop your boat in on Rayburn right now, you just look up and see lots of bushes, lots of trees to throw at, like the spinnerbait looking water. And I think what we're seeing play out here is that this is really a pre-spawn event, more of a late winter pattern. The fish didn't really follow the water up into those trees and bushes for the most part. David Dudley alluded to that just a little bit ago. And so these guys are really focusing on places where groups of fish stage up before they spawn in the late winter, early springtime. And on Rayburn, you know, those are little offshore spots. Could be a little channel turn, could be like the edge of a ditch where it meets a patch of grass. Places where they're going to hang out close to deep water, close to where they spawn. And you'll find, I think, a lot of guys are talking about it this week, where it's a great morning bite. And if you tuned in first thing this morning, you saw some incredible action. The whole field caught a limit in the first 2 hours. But we're now getting to that part of the day where there may be a little bit of a lull. All these guys are also seem to be catching them in the afternoon. So now it becomes about either relocating the fish that they were targeting this morning, or moving to different areas and trying to find a new group of fish. But in the early pre-spawn, late winter, you're looking for little groups of fish, and you may go a long time without a bite and then get well really quick. You're going to hear guys talk about that over and over again. So it seems like that may be where we are in this part of the day. We saw lots of fish catchers this morning, and now you can see it's just kind of slowed down for the whole field. But again, one bite at Rayburn, 7-pounder, an 8-pounder today can really put someone in position to win this event, and it can happen at any time.
Absolutely. And here are some fish catches. This is what makes Brian Thrift one of the most consistent anglers in the entire world. Using several different lures today.
Yeah, Thrift put on a show this morning in the fog.
Oh man, he has put together a couple great fish so far today.
3 fish over 5 pounds to start the day, and room to build on, sitting at 21 pounds unofficially. Still about 9 pounds back from Terry Bolton, but I'm telling you, it's a bite or two here on Rayburn. It's a bite or two. This thing is not over. There's still several guys that can make this interesting. Yeah, this is the first major event of the year in the bass fishing world. It's pretty cool to see it on Rayburn, you know, where big things can happen, and we've definitely seen that so far this week. I'm sitting here looking at the biggest one-day limits at Sam Rayburn for FLW Tour events, and so far this week, it looks like 7 of the top 10 stringers ever to come in at Sam Rayburn have come this week. And you kind of knew that might happen with it being pre-spawn. The lake's set up for big fish. The fish are typically heavier this time of year, being pre-spawn and really fed up over the winter. But what a great start to the 2019 season.
It has been fun to watch. We've gotten to see a lot of different baits being thrown and a lot of different techniques. You know, some of the shallow water tactics didn't hold up, but you know, John Cox was fishing like a farm pasture. The water's so high he had to pull a fish over a fence at one point, and he was throwing a frog up there.
Wow.
So you know, leave it to John Cox to find shallow fish right now, but it just shows how much area there is to actually fish at this lake. And but you know, like we always see, some of these anglers can really just dial things in, and you're seeing the guys that really went offshore and figured out where these mega schools were, are able to just lean on them hard through each day.
Amazing. Rayburn is a big impoundment. You know, it's got over 110,000 acres, and pretty much the whole lake can play. I mean, there's not just, you know, it's not Lake Okeechobee where there's only 3 or 4 areas maybe where a tournament can be won. I mean, it reminds me a little bit of Kentucky Lake in that the whole lake can actually produce a win at some point in the year. So there's a lot of water. There's a lot of water to cover, and then you throw in 9 more feet of water, and all of a sudden it added, I heard, over 30,000 acres to this fishery. So that it almost added another lake for these guys to have to cover. That was really the challenge in this week for a lot of the guys that I've talked to. There was more water than, you know, they couldn't even get to the bank in some areas. The water was so far behind the trees. It was so far flooded back into some of these flat areas. Most of Rayburn is a pretty flat reservoir, and you can see right there the picture that they're showing behind Thrift where the water's just back behind the trees. And when you show up and don't know any better, launch your boat, the water temp's in the 50s, you're just thinking, man, there's going to be fish everywhere and I've got to cover all that. But I think a lot of guys got off track maybe this week, or maybe got confused. It definitely would have confused me because I would have spent a lot of time fishing the shallow cover. And again, when you add 30,000 acres to an already big lake, that's the challenge of breaking down a fishery like this just in a few days of practice. Some of these guys have history here. Some of them, it was their first time here. But I think what you're seeing right now, as the leaderboard is starting to shape up, you're seeing guys like Jim Tutt, who have a history here. You're seeing guys like LeBrun, who has 5 top 10s here in Costas and BFL events. Like the guys who have history, they're kind of inching their way towards the top of the leaderboard. Chad Warren has time in here. Jordan Osborne lives not too far from here. Tom Reddington lives over by Lake Fork. You're seeing those guys that have a history here, kind of know how to break this lake down and not have gotten off track too much with the flooded cover. But to me, that's what's developing right now. Those are the guys that are making the move into the top 10, and Thrift's hooked up.
Still little
fish. Now, Todd, it looks like we've kind of hit a little lull as things, you know, we've definitely seen a change in the weather from that thick, heavy fog early, no wind. That breeze has picked up, the sun's starting to peek out, and the fishing has slowed down a little bit. But a lot of these anglers have talked about they want that sun to happen. As we progress later in the day, we might see these fish start that next window of feeding. But here's some replays of some of these anglers you were talking about, some of these seasoned veterans here on Sam Rayburn. And and Jim Tutt talking about how he has so many different spots. He was saying all these, I got 2 or 3 here, and you know, where he was really he's been moving around, and then some of these other anglers have just been sitting on one key spot the whole time.
Yeah, Jim mentioned that, you know, he's trying to milk this spot, maybe preserve some of his other areas for day 4. That's going to be an advantage for him going forward. And here's Bolton. Had a great morning, really doing some work with a crankbait. Check it out, Blade.
And there's a spinnerbait. Yeah, we got to witness live him make a crucial adjustment first thing in the morning, and that was, you know, he saw some fish busting on the surface. He was throwing a deep diving crankbait, and he said, I might be going under him. He goes, I'm going to switch to a shallower diving crankbait, and immediately hooks up with a smaller one. He goes, hey, this might have just shown me something. Next cast, hooks up with a nice keeper.
Yep. Terry, you know, when I talked to Terry last night, he told me the whole key for him was finding the right plug, or, you know, the right crankbait to reach the right depth. He said it this morning, if you tuned in early, depth control has been a key for him this week as the fish reposition in the water column. This morning he saw the shad up busting on the surface, and had been throwing a little deeper running crankbait, a DT14. He switched up to a DT10, immediately caught a nice one. But for Terry this week, it's been about, you know, fishing those grass lines and changing as the fish change. As they move shallower, he's moving to a shallower running crankbait, a DT10. As they move deeper, he's moving to the DT14 and even the DT16. And that's really been the key for Terry this week, as he told me.
Hey, Todd, you referred to it as a plug. That shows you old school. If you refer to a crankbait as a plug, you've been around the block a time or two.
Yep, and again, Bolton's fishing his strength series, leading this event. He's got about a 6-pound lead. Terry Bolton's a Kentucky Lake guy, and, you know, has really fished probably 30 years with a crankbait and a big spinnerbait on Kentucky Lake. So he's right in his wheelhouse. For a guy to win at the tour level, an event has to shape up where he's fishing his strengths. And when I talked to Terry last night, that's what I heard. He was fishing the way he knows how to fish, using his electronics, cranking, big spinnerbait. And I really think that for a guy who's fished this long and hasn't won at the tour level, when that event you know, comes together where you're able to fish your strengths, do what you love to do, you've got a chance to win. Terry Bolton has to be feeling good, you know, going into this afternoon on day 3. With a chance to really stretch this out. I mean, he's got a couple of 2.5-pounders that he can still cull out later today and really stretch his lead, which will be interesting to see if he can make that happen.
Absolutely. And you know, as we approach that lunchtime hour, we've got look at the rest of our leaderboard. These guys all trying to make that top 10 to survive and fish tomorrow. And everybody looking for those big bites right now. Scott Martin still creeping up.
A couple of rookies still in the top 10. You know, Nick LeBrun is positioned well right now in this event. Sam George has worked his way back into the top 10. He has a 7-pounder today and got room to grow. So Sam may be looking to fish his first final day tomorrow as a rookie, which would be neat to see. A couple of more veterans sneaking in there. Tom Reddington up to 7th. He's got a 7-pounder today and working on a good stack as well.
Now over to Jim Tutt, fishing another spot.
He really milked that spot early this morning. I mean, he probably sat there for a few hours. He's trying to conserve, you know, and make sure he's got enough to make.
Well, we've changed locations on the lake a lot. If you can just look at the watercolor around us, you can see it's different. I made I don't know, probably a 6 or 7 mile run, and had a little old spot that I didn't fish the first day, but fished yesterday, and it was a spot that I knew where kind of a little drop was with some concrete on it, above all things. And I rode in here yesterday, and I caught like 8 in a row. Rode in here today and caught one on the first cast, culled, didn't we? And then we caught another one that we culled, and we caught 3 or 4 more, so it was a good little spot. It's very specific to the cast, but still throwing the same bait, kind of looking for the same stuff. Just hard bottom, basically, kind of clean spots, and that's what we're looking for. Right now we're gonna idle around this dock and fish that other little stretch right there. And eat me a sandwich. check back with us in a minute, though. It's a good day. I'm just going around the dock. Ready?
Todd, you've got a lot of experience fishing at the tour level. Looking ahead at the season here, any lakes stand out for you? Any things that would get you excited about looking forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think these first two events are really going to be interesting because they have the potential to really put up big weights, and I think we're already seeing that at Rayburn. Headed down to the Kissimmee chain in Toho, I think there's the potential for that to set up to be a really good event. I know those lakes are fishing really well. Chickamauga's on the schedule. I'm an angler too, but as a fan of the sport, you love to see those big fish being caught. 9-pounders, 11-pounders caught this week. I think you're going to see that in Florida. I think you're probably going to see it at Seminole. It's a great schedule this year. I'll let you run through it, but I think just these first two of the events are really great events to kick the 2019 season off. Going to see some big fish. That's what's awesome.
Yeah, when you put together the schedule, you always you hope to get these lakes at their best. And when first event of the year you come and you just are crushing them like we're seeing, we're most likely going to see the biggest 4-day bag come out of this tournament that we've ever had on Sam Rayburn. It's a great momentum builder for all these anglers, even the ones that maybe didn't have that good of a tournament. It's always nice feeling some big fish. Even the guys that didn't completely do well in the event had a good pre-fish, caught some big fish. It's nice to shake off those cobwebs, and then we go to another possible big fish lake and hopefully see some more action like this. And with our extended live coverage this year, it's only going to be that much more fun watching the play-by-play.
For sure, and it's a long season. I mean, I've talked to a few guys already this morning that are on their way home, and they're pretty bummed out. They finished around 100th place or something, but this early in the season, every fish that you catch matters and can be the difference in you making the Forest Wood Cup or not making the Cup. I heard Brad Knight talking about he fished for spotted bass, and you just live to play another day. But with this schedule, the tour anglers in 2019 are going to have to be super versatile. We're going from Texas to Florida and fishing for those Florida strain, probably around the spawn, and then back to Seminole for a completely different fishery as well. Out to the Ozarks at Grand Lake. That could shape up to be either a pre-spawn or spawn event. The one that I think I'm most interested about this year is Cherokee. I don't know that the tour has visited there, and if they have, it's been a long, long time ago. I don't think many of these anglers have spent much time on Cherokee. I think that's going to be a surprise venue in April and should shape up at a really good time of the year in East Tennessee. Chickamauga's been one of the best lakes in the country for the last several years, and there's the potential for that to really be a great event. There should still maybe be some fish spawning there in May, but there'll be a post-spawn situation at Chickamauga where guys can really put on a show. The tour has a lot of history with Lake Champlain up in upstate New York on the Vermont border. Has really become a great smallmouth fishery. It used to be known for more of a largemouth thing on the southern end of Champlain, but now the smallmouth are just phenomenal. The last time we were there a couple of years ago, I remember there's tons of 3 and 3.5 pound smallmouth at Champlain. So very diverse schedule. It's a long season. You've got to catch them everywhere you go in order to make the Forest Wood Cup. And even a guy that's out of it or maybe didn't have a good event here at Rayburn, they can get right back in the game down at Toho and really come back and make the Cup. So it's a long season. Again, guys got to be super versatile.
Absolutely. And for you guys watching at home, we'd love to hear what lake you are looking forward to most. Throw a comment, and who do you think is going to be dominating this season? You know, Brian, Thrift, is it going to be some of those usual faces, or are we going to have some of these rookies really step up? I know that, you know, Tutt, you had some high predictions and some high expectations for these rookies coming through, and so far we do have some new names that are doing well.
Yeah, I think 35 rookies on the FLW Tour, and I think we're at a time in the sport where being a rookie doesn't quite mean what it meant 5 to 10 years ago. I mean, you're seeing guys like Sam George step in, you know, kind of right out of college. He may be a rookie on the FLW Tour, but these rookies aren't really rookies. I mean, they've been fishing a long time. They're super versatile with their electronics. The opportunities through FLW's college fishing circuit has allowed them to travel throughout the country, see different parts of the U.S. and learn how to catch different species of fish where 10 years ago those opportunities weren't there, and maybe an angler had only seen their geographic location in the U.S. But these guys are really well versed. I mean, I think you're going to see some rookies, you know, probably in the top 10 in the points this year. And so this is the year of the rookie on the FLW Tour. There's been a lot of shakeup in the sport, but I think it's created a huge opportunity for some of these guys. You may not know their names yet, but as this 2019 FLW Tour season roll along, you're going to learn there's some new superstars that have come on the scene here with FLW that are rookies. Not really rookies, but they're rookies on paper here.
Yeah, one of those rookies, not really rookies, is Nick LeBrun. Plenty of experience. He may be a rookie on tour, but he is not a rookie to Sam Rayburn Reservoir. Currently in second place, and we've got a camera trying to get in connection with him. So hopefully we'll be seeing a little bit of that when we come back from this quick break. You guys do not go anywhere. We have more live action on Sam Rayburn Reservoir. Day 3 of stop number 1 on the 2019 FLW Tour.
Oh, have I?
Yeah. And what you do that's better than what some guys do is that you keep engaging. You know?
Well, that's what I've done it before, so.
Yeah, it helps. Because you know that's a long shot. Sometimes they'll stay on you like 5 10 minutes. You know, it's not just like in and out. Well, this water is really high, isn't it?
Yeah, 9 feet high.
I imagine that's probably normal, just an island right there.
Yeah. I don't think it's been real high for a few, you know, that's the way it is in Texas. It either, they get like, it rains for 3 months, then it doesn't rain for 6, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
I shot a walleye tournament up in North Dakota one time years ago on, I think it's called Devil's Lake.
Yeah.
And that lake is continuously expanding.
Yeah, that's right. I've heard that.
All kinds of properties. We drove by one place and there was like a combine about half submerged out in the middle of the field. And I was thinking, you couldn't drive that thing out of there before the lake came up?
Yeah.
I guess it happened quickly, you know.
Yeah, it's taking homes and everything, isn't it?
Farms. You know, there's a silo that's about half underwater we saw.
No, really?
Yeah. In fact, this one area where they were catching all the fish was a culvert where 2 roads connected. It was like this big, huge culvert that would have normally been water running under a bridge.
Yeah.
And that was completely submerged, and that's where all the fish were kind of accumulating.
Oh, really?
It was all kind of gathered up right there in that one area. And you could literally walk from one boat to the other. That's how close together. They were just fishing off the back of the boat back here. So yeah, it's happening in a lot of places. You'll see that in the coastal areas a lot too, I think.
Yeah. Good Lord. Did you see that? I am having all sorts of issues now. I am having a come apart now. Son, I am back like... I'm going to just flip the bait over the side of the boat next time I go on live.
All right. Just make sure.
I ain't got thrown into the wind in so long with a crankbait, I forgot what it was like. Heck, I hadn't got to throw a crankbait in so long, I forgot what it was like. I don't know what I'm saying.
Probably get that one that's full of water and throw it into the wind better.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to have to do. For all I know, this one here is maybe about to sink. I've caught so many on it, you know.
Yeah.
Let me see. Nope. It's still hanging in there. Now wait till I pick his spinnerbait up. That'll be ugly.
What kind of fish you throwing on that?
Huh?
Is that about 12 you're throwing with that?
What's that?
That's your line.
It's 17.
17, okay.
No, can't really get any bites. It's consecutive. Of course, another problem too, as soon as I leave, somebody else is pulling in here on it, so it's not getting to rest today. Wasn't nobody.
Welcome back. We are live on Chad Warren here. Unofficially in 5th place. I'm trying to look what he's throwing, Todd, but it looks like he's changing some things up a bit.
I just got back over here to the place I started this morning. I went through all 3 of my spots. I'd say I got about 15 pounds right now. I haven't really gotten a big bite. That fog lifted, clouds broke, and sun's out now. Wind started blowing a little bit. Figured I'd come over here and try to get a big one. I'm missing quite a few fish today, and I haven't had that problem really all week. Most everything that's bit has held on and gotten in the boat, but today I probably swung as many times and missed as I have caught fish, if not more. So we're over here where I caught 7 the first day, A7, and had about 20 pounds. So maybe that sun coming out will get them fired up a little bit. Maybe those big ones will bite this time. We need one. We need one over 5.
Unofficially, Chad's sitting just at about 15 and a half. That's what his marshal has him at.
Up here the first day of practice in this dirty water. You know, the canyons and the deer stand is a couple of the best areas on Rayburn. There's been a lot of big tournaments won up here. Now I'm not really in the canyons or deer stand, and I had a pretty good first day. I think I had, I don't know, at least 8 or 9 bites and a couple that were almost 4 pounds, nothing over 4. My second day of practice I spent down around Buck Bay and 5 Fingers, and I caught some fish, but there wasn't any quality to them. So I don't know if what it is. I mean, I'm sure guys are catching them out of clean water. I haven't been watching or keeping track or looking at the pictures, but to me, this dirty water is something I feel pretty comfortable fishing. I think every lake in Oklahoma looks about like this right now, all the rain we've been getting, so I'm real comfortable fishing this dirty water. It doesn't bother me at all. You know, they've been getting rain down here. I came down before the off limits and fished around this area one day, and it was stained then, so it's not like this is new dirty water. They've been used to this water for at least a month now, so I mean, they've acclimated to this color of water, and the stain line goes about the same as it did then. You know, just past the 147 it starts to clear up. This lake's full of hydrillus, so I guess it doesn't take it long to get clean, versus, like, you know, the lakes in Oklahoma. If we get a rain like this, it's going to be dirty until March. I feel a lot more confident up here fishing this color water, and I feel like, I don't know if the fish are up a little shallower because of this dirty water in this part of the lake or what, but I like it. I'm going to spend live or die up here. Pulled in here and had one bite on one of my first casts. Felt like a good bite, but there wasn't anything there, so we'll see. I'm almost to the really good stuff here. I'm going to pull that swim jig out here in a minute and see if maybe I get one to take it. First day, I caught them all on that swim jig right here. And I don't know that I've caught a keeper today on it here. Caught a crappie on it. I know I'm about to shed some clothes here pretty quick. It's getting warm. Got a lot of trash floating up here today that I didn't have yesterday.
Chad Warren had 25.7 on day one, backed it up with 18.15 on day two, sitting at about 15.5 pounds today.
That should be about the cast right there.
Looks like he's throwing a Carolina rig this morning, working his way to the juice, he says, the good stuff.
There he is. Don't feel very big. I've been fooled before though. Oh yeah. Want no help? That one. I say it'll help. Oh yeah. This is a problem with leaving your cold tags at home.
Talking to Chad last night, he said he wanted to throw a shout out to some people that were watching from home that I'm sure are happy right now, watching him slowly coal up here. His wife Frankie, mom and dad, and daughter Lenny,
Twinkies.
And then also all the boys down at Bill's Marine.
Those two are Twinkies. We got what?
You know, one of the things he was talking about was really just trying to grind out for that 20-pound limit. And he had a number of spots that he knew there was plenty of fish that could put him at that 20-pound limit, but it was all about just really working hard, making those little adjustments throughout the day, getting that 20-pound limit. And the earlier he could do that in the day, that would allow him more time to go expand some water and then, you know, hopefully stumble on some bigger fish today, but not only catch fish today, but also, you know, expand the water for tomorrow.
Here you see Chad putting him on the balance beam. Look like maybe
he's a little bigger.
Maybe it just helped him here.
That looks like a decent fish there too. I think we had him as small as fish was 2s, but I think those look a little bit, look on the high side of 2s at least.
Best way to describe Chad this week, I keep hearing, is steady. Like, and that's the way it seemed when we've been on him today. Like, he's not having the flurries that maybe some of the other guys are, having the lull. He just keeps catching them. He's steady all day long. He's got, looks like he has a 4-pounder in there. Some of those are solid fish. I mean, he's putting together a good day. But like you said, he's looking for that big fish, and it can happen anytime here on Rayburn. He's doing a good job here, getting organized, making his culls. Look, he's got a lot of fish that are about the same size.
Mm-hmm.
And, good start for Chad. He's looking for the kickers, though. Got to feel good for him, too. You know, I look back at his 2017 season, and he started the year, I think there were 7 events that year, but the first 6 events, no checks. Last event at the Potomac, he almost won. He won $30,000, made a huge push, but sat the year out last year, gathered himself, got back on the coast this series. So to start the 2019 season with a top 10, a huge momentum boost for somebody like Chad. I know this is going to feel good for him.
All right.
All right. Now, as he goes through these cloned fish here, we're going to go over to Nick LeBrun. We finally got some cell service.
Finally, Nick LeBrun.
Unofficially in 2nd place.
You know, last year, you know, when the All-American started this journey that led me to the Cup, and I had a decent finish there, 4th place, and, you know, knew that I was going to qualify for the tour, and this sport's all about momentum. And I was just trying to carry on that momentum, you know, year to year, and sometimes that's hard to do, but you know, regardless of what happens today or tomorrow, I mean, I can say I'm truly am living my dream. You know, I've put my trust in the Lord. I've got a great wife and kids, and I'm fishing for a living, you know, and so regardless of what happens, you know, I'm just super blessed like that. And you know, when you stand back and think about it, it's pretty cool, you know, how it all kind of happened. So last year was great, and I hope that this year will be a great year as well. But my goal this morning was to just get a good limit, and by good limit I mean, you know, 13 to 15 pounds. I wanted to get that early, that way I could relax and settle down and kind of go head hunting like I did on day one. And you know, the Lord blessed me with a 20-pound limit, so I was able to get a little spot fired up, and didn't have to wail on them too bad. I kind of left them biting, but you know, now I'm gonna spend the rest of the day just trying to hunt that 7 or 8 pounder, and that'll put me right in position where I need to be. You know, I can't control, you know, what everybody else catches, but if I can get around mid-20s again, I mean, I can't ask for anything better. But I think the way for me to do that is going to be one giant bite. I don't think I can 4-pounder my way there. So I'm just going to try to keep baits in my hands that I think will get that 7 or 8 pounder, because I haven't had that bite yet this week. I know a lot of guys have been, you know, getting a big bite every day, but I'm still waiting on mine, and hopefully it'll come in the next day or two, and not Monday or Tuesday. But I want to talk to y'all a little bit about, you know, some setups and what I've been doing today. I've been fishing the old grass. You know, it's in about 15 foot of water in some of these areas, and you know, the fish are kind of relating to those inside grass lines, and they're real hard to find right now. It's hard to find where the fish are, but I was fortunate enough to find a few places back in December before the lake come up 5 foot, and a few of those places held up even with 5 more foot of water. And you know, on day one I caught them cranking, but in practice, you know, it was a rattle trap deal. I just took a 1/2 ounce Bill Lewis and went searching for them, and that's how I found them initially. And you know, that Bill Lewis trap, you know, any kind of red color on Rayburn is legendary. You know, it's kind of like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But you know, when you put 10 foot of water on top of 5 foot grass, I mean, it just gets real difficult to fish a trap. So that's where I went, just to kind of a medium diving crankbait. And I'm throwing that on 17-pound line. You know, I've gotten a lot of marshals say, man, why 17? And the reason why is that gives me the ripping power if I need to yank it out of that grass. And also too, when you get a 5-pounder on, you just kind of feel a little bit better having 17. But I can still cast it, you know, as far as I need to. I'm fishing with a Fitzgerald rod, Stunner Series reel and 6.3. You know, Fitzgerald's known for their awesome rods, but I mean, let me tell you, these reels are going to be the real deal. I've been really impressed with them. You know, they can have a stout drag where you can yank a fish out of the brush, or it can make a long cast like you need to. And then I'm throwing that on the exact rod that I won the All-American on. This is their 7-foot Brian Thrift Series square bill rod. And when I say the rod, I mean this is it. This is not one just like it. I mean, this is the actual rod that was in my hands when I won the All-American. So I thought about that earlier. You know, it's been a cool week thinking about that. And but another thing, you know, I feel like the cranking thing might be going away, and I've been getting some bites, some key bites. I had a 6-pounder this morning on a big spinnerbait. It's a prototype of a V&M bait that we're trying to kind of work on. You know, it's just a big blade, heavy weight, dark color, you know, and when I saw this muddy water, you know, I kind of thought about that, and it's a prototype that we're kind of trying to fine tune right now, and I definitely did some tuning with it this week. So hopefully sooner than later that'll be out officially, but the spinnerbait has been a key deal for me this week. I haven't caught a ton of fish on it, but I've had some 5s and 6s on it, and but a lot of times I have to crank around to kind of find where they are, and then I'll pick that spinnerbait up and throw in there and get a bigger bite, you know. And, you know, my marshal today was asking me, well, how did you find these spots, you know? And it's a combination of picking up that Bill Lewis trap back when the lake was low, and to find a spot now, you know, it's real key to have good electronics. And I was taking my Lowrance carbon 12s and just idling around to these humps and these little drains, and I would look for that grass line that was real defined and it has that little void in between the grass and the brush line. And so when you look at that Lowrance unit and see that, you'd have to just kind of waypoint it and come back and try it in a couple hours or the next day. These fish are kind of real finicky right now, and a lot of them you can't idle over and turn around and catch. But and a lot of times you don't even see the fish, you know, down there on the edge of the grass. But the Lowrance units will definitely kind of tell you that bottom composition and what you need to look for. So that was a big player for me this week also.
Some golden nuggets of info there from Nick LeBrun. Get a good look at him at Bolton side by side, both with about 19 pounds so far, pushing the 12 o'clock mark here on day 3.
And on the big V&M spinnerbait, you know, I'm using a very similar setup. It's a Brian Thrift Series frog rod. I know it's a frog rod, but this rod is very versatile. I use it for a lot of different things. 17-pound fluoro. I'm actually using Bass Pro Shops XPS fluorocarbon. That's what I use on everything. And I've got it on that same Fitzgerald rod Stoner Series reel, 6'3". But the spinnerbait is hard to fish around looking because you have to really crawl it and really reel it really slow. That's okay to do if you know they're in there and you know they're fired up. But, you know, when you're looking around and just kind of hunting for new areas, it can kind of be like watching paint dry. But I'll watch paint dry all day if a 7-pounder will bite between now and 3 o'clock. So I'm throwing this spinnerbait out there in about 15, and I'm letting it go all the way down. And then I'm just reeling it as slow as I can.
Again, great look at Nick LeBrun. For those of you that have been wanting to see him, here it is. So he's breaking it down for us, telling us how he's catching them, really laid it out there nicely for us, described what he was looking for in practice, how he found these areas, he seems really dialed in. He's got a couple of different things going on. He's cranking, he's slow rolling a big spinnerbait. He's fishing for big ones, and definitely doing the things that it's going to take to win this event. It's just going to be a matter of him stumbling onto a couple of big fish, just as he described.
We've got to throw out a special thank you to our hosts, Jasper County Development District in Brooklyn, Texas. They've provided a fantastic event for us so far. And we're going to be weighing in today and tomorrow at 4 o'clock. We will not be live, but we'll be kicking over live to Chris Jones on site as he weighs in these anglers and brings some giant bass across the stage. And that'll be over at the Humphrey Family Pavilion. Once again at 4 o'clock. Show us your 2 best bass. Chris Jones, definitely one of the most exciting weighmasters in bass fishing.
Yeah, I found it interesting. Nick was talking about his cranking setup as opposed to Jim Tutt. I mean, we're talking about 2nd and 3rd place here, and they're both, kind of using a different setup with cranking. Jim's talking about using lighter line, 10-pound line. He's using a tighter wiggle, probably fishing cleaner water, and really slow cranking, what I would call finesse cranking with 10-pound line. Nick's throwing 17-pound line, fishing what maybe is a little dirtier water and some heavier cover.
Georgia has a really good, like a top 4 hollow body swim bait, and along with the Bill Lewis trap, that was one of my search baits. If you reeled that through a school, it would fire them up. I don't have much confidence throwing a spinner bait in this, throwing a swim bait in this kind of water, but I have had a few bites and a few fish on it this week, but it hadn't been a player like I'd hoped. But the muddy water's kind of been a blessing at the same time, but I just did want to mention that Producer Swim Baits was a big player finding fish to get me to kind of where I'm at. And also too, with that crankbait, a lot of the fish, the water's real cool down deep, and they're not really wanting to just sledge it. Some of them on day 1 did, but I actually snagged a 5-pounder in the side of the mouth on day 1, and it's real important to have good hardware on those baits, and I like Hayabusa treble hooks for that. I'm throwing a size 2, and Hayabusa comes with a NRB coat. It's like a slick coating. And my marshals are looking at my baits when I'm idling and stuff, and they're like, man, does that slick coating, wow, does that really help? I'm like, it dang sure doesn't hurt anything. So Hayabusa is an awesome line of hooks that offers that coating on a lot of different hooks that they have, but the Hayabusa treble hooks have been key with landing some of those big fish. On the crankbait, I've lost 1 fish all week, and it was about probably a 2.5-pounder. But I've caught a few 5s and 6s on the crankbait with those treble hooks, and the combination of the rod and the line and the Hayabusa hooks, I mean, I feel like my chances are pretty good of getting one in.
LeBrun doing an excellent job right now breaking down the intricate details. You can really see the differences in how these anglers really think.
Salvania, that's the floating stuff that you see in the water. It's kind of an invasive species, but one good thing about it, it kind of tells you where the wind current is. So you can look right here and tell that Salvania is lined up around this point, and that's the cast that you kind of want to make. So you can kind of use that Salvania to tell you where the fish might be positioned. And sometimes you can kind of find a little school by looking at things like that. But I wish the Salvania would go away for good. for the record, but we got to deal with it for now.
A couple of nice tips from Nick LeBrun right there. You know, anytime you're cranking, especially pre-spawn, the water temperature's colder, these fish are typically a little hard, like the skin is a little harder. And a lot of times people overlook their hooks when they're cranking. And Nick just talked a little bit about his trebles, you know, making sure they're razor sharp, changing your trebles out. Sometimes they'll catch in that hydrilla and you've got to pull it out, or you'll get hung in a bush, you have to pull it out. If those hook points fold over and you hang a 4 or 5 pounder and you don't penetrate their skin, the fish jumps off. And those are little details, as I mentioned earlier this morning, that these guys at the top of the leaderboard are super tuned into. The details matter.
All right, TJ, we're going to make a short little move.
Another big player that has helped in getting this event here at Sam Rayburn is Texas Power Sports, which is the local Polaris dealership there.
So Nick's on the move. That was great to see, get a look at him today. For the first time, he's having a solid day, and as we see on the quad cam here, Bolton's hooked up.
Bolton likes hooking up right before our commercial breaks here.
Going for the net.
Sucker's pulling. Oh no. Oh, we could use him. Yeah, we can use that one, can't we?
And I'm seeing some blades.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Heck, he's closer to. Okay. Finally. Gonna do a little upgrade. Got a pretty nice one there. A good solid, I don't know, 3.5, 3 3/4, probably. So now I should be. My smallest bass should be somewhere around the 3-pound mark. I don't know, he might go a little better than that.
Another good fish out of Terry Bolton. Maybe a sign of things to come. We might be entering that second phase of the day where these fish start biting, these bigger fish start biting. What do you think?
We're knocking on the door. He told me he wanted sun. I saw the spinnerbait. He lets you get a sneak peek at it. You know he's throwing a spinnerbait now. He threw it back out, but he wanted sun. That was a solid fish for him. Good upgrade. Maybe another 1.5 pounds to his total, pushing him over 20 pounds. Bolton is extending his lead going into the afternoon on day 3.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's going to be more action coming up. And as we head into another break, we're going to take a look at the international competitors. Fishing has gone worldwide. The FLW knows no boundaries, and we've brought in several new countries into the Costa Championships, and the highest finishing anglers, international competitors, get a shot at the Forest Wood Cup.
I got to actually spend some time with Michael Matee. He and I were in the same flight at the Cup this year. I know he qualified through the international division, and it's a treat to see the sport growing and to see it growing and expanding and giving opportunities to people outside of the United States. They talk about growing the sport, and that's really what's happening. I mean, it's becoming worldwide.
Absolutely, and you know, we definitely look inward towards bass fishing in the United States, and now with these international divisions, it's kind of a peek over the fence. I didn't know there was so much bass fishing that actually existed, and fantastic bass fishing and bass fishermen, so it's been a fun addition to the program.
Absolutely. The Costa Series is giving those folks an opportunity to play at the highest level and really get a sample of what FLW competition is all about.
And here's a look at that right now. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back after the break.
Like I said, that was the original cast that I just made that I found the fish on. The day last afternoon of practice, you know, when I found them,
Dang it.
Do you think somebody come cast for me? Would somebody come throw the spinnerbait into the wind for me?
Repeatedly?
Yeah.
I need to change the battery in your microphone, please.
You do? Okay, hold on. Let me pick this out. Wait, I got a bunch of line. All right. And I'll wind this in and we'll...
Trying to make up my mind what I want to do next. This ain't working. Let's roll, Brent. don't know if I want to go back where we started or go try to find something new.
His odds of being on that #1 spot going into the 4th day. And although he is a veteran on tour, he has still not had his first tour victory, which you've talked a little bit about how difficult it really is to pull off a victory at this level.
Bolton.
There was some big white bass in here too. There not seem to be as many bass around though today, but that's okay. I'm live? Okay.
We are live.
Well, guys, we're getting a little windier, as you can see out here, and it's making it a little harder to throw this big spinner bait and this crankbait into the wind to get my distance to get it down. So I'm kind of having to reposition my boat and throw it an angle, trying to see if I can milk me one more good fish out of here. I'm fixing to have to probably change locations again. I did manage to upgrade a while ago, probably a pound or more, so that's good. But caught a lot of fish today, but of course, obviously, you know, you catch 33 pounds and there's not a lot of places to go but down. But I mean, I've got a stringer of fish that, you know, I would have been tickled to death to catch any day of the tournament. So I'm not disappointed at all. I'm back now. There's pretty well a boat rolls in after we leave, so that kind of makes the fishing a little bit tougher. And I don't know, fish a bit pretty decent, but just the size hasn't occurred like yesterday, which is pretty self-explanatory after catching 33.5 pounds. But I've actually got some to bite the big spinnerbait today, where in the cloud cover yesterday I couldn't catch very many. I couldn't get them going on it, or at least out here deeper I couldn't. I did the first day in the sun. So today, the old spinner just got rid of one for us. $12.23, so we still got plenty of time. Got a place over here I haven't fished yet, where I lost a pretty nice fish, and I caught a couple keepers the first day of the tournament, and I didn't fish it yesterday. Lord, felt like one swiped at it right there. Couldn't tell if it was that or a piece of grass. But overall, the wind's making it a little bit more difficult today as far as casting and boat positioning and all the other. I'm going to try to move up a little bit shallower on this grass and just see if maybe there's some moved in there a little shallower. Maybe there's some there that I'm not reaching quite. Seen some fish out deep off the edge, suspended. I've tried to throw a number of different baits in here, but you just about can't throw anything on the bottom here. It's got that old black hairy stuff on the bottom. It gets all over your Carolina rig weight and your lizard. you know, you just about can't throw anything, drag anything on the bottom, which is kind of different. You know, usually you can sit around here and drag a Carolina rig and pick off a few more, but man, you just can't hardly fish it. That, and I'm doing two things when I move up. Obviously I'm trying to throw in there a little shallower, but I'm also looking out here, trying to see if I see any bass. There's one right there on the bottom in 19 feet of water that I see. I'm kind of scanning around to see what it looks like. But I would say a lot of these, now right there should be the other edge of that hydrilla line. Didn't really see a whole lot. Just seeing a fish every now and then, but yesterday I never did even get up here to look. I stayed off because I kept throwing and catching. Right there's where that hydrilla comes back up. But yeah, it's been a, as far as numbers wise, it's probably been close to the same. It might be off just a little bit, but we've still caught a bunch and had fun. But I'll tell you what, my old tail is tired because I have thrown a big crankbait a lot this week. And I am feeling my age this week. Me and Jim Tutt have decided we're part of the old guys now, so we need to get a mulligan or something from all these young kids now fishing the tour.
As we were mentioning earlier, that 147 bridge area has been good. 4 of the top 5 guys very near it.
That has been a good one. But I have not.
Even Nick LeBrun's in that graphic too. They just haven't been updated yet, but he's actually, I think, smack dab in the middle between the two on each side.
Excited. I think it was grass or gorilla snot. I got gorilla snot all over my spinnerbait. That's lovely. Yeah, I think I'm getting ready to relocate again. I think I'm going to change areas. It's 1228. I'm going to leave this one for a little while. I'm going to go look around. I got a couple places that I'd like to fish. I don't think anybody's on one of them. And I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to run around, do a little looking around for just a little while and see if I can't catch something somewhere else. I pulled in here, and like I said, I did help myself with one and caught a couple more, but they were just 2.5 pounders. So we gotta go find us another big one. So we're off to see if we can find another big one. I'm getting where I enjoy sitting down. Well, weight you think I'm up to now? Any guesses? Oh man. Need some guessers. Wind's blowing. Why do I groan every time I sit down today? Why do I do?
Terry Bolton having some fun out there. Definitely in a relaxed mood, and we're going to show you a couple reasons why some of these giant fish catches that happened yesterday, leading to over a 33-pound bag of fish.
Yeah, Bolton's on the move. Look at this awesome stringer he weighed in yesterday. 33 pounds, 9 ounces. Biggest one-day limit ever at Sam Rayburn. Broke Phil Mark's record from 2012 of 32.12. This Bolton set a special day.
Yes, a special day indeed, and he's just come out. He's realized that the pressure's not on him. You know, you could look at it either way, and he's chose to not put the pressure on his back and go out, have a good time, and he's doing just that. Keeps calling up, still has the lead, and still has the lead by what we're looking at officially 6 pounds, which is what he started the day.
Maybe 7, you know, and I think Terry's feeling a letdown, like he's feeling like he's having a disappointing day. But, you know, one of the interesting things about fishing on the FLW tours, you don't have a scoreboard. You don't realize he's having one of the best days today. It just feels like a letdown. He's extended his lead, and he's going to look for more fish and get ready to win this thing on day 4. He's going to try to put himself in position to do it.
It's amazing if some of these anglers got to look at this leaderboard and got to have a quick look throughout the day, how much it might change their strategy a little bit or give them that second energy to realize everyone's struggling. And here's a live look. If he doesn't look familiar to you guys, it's because he's put on a sweatshirt. There's Jim Tutt.
Live. Well, as y'all can tell by looking, the wind's picked up a bit and the sun is shining. Now I'm back at my 3rd stop here and fished for about 5 minutes with my little crankbait. Nothing yet, but throwing jerkbait for a while because the sun's out and the wind's blowing, and that's what the book says. So sometimes you got to just kind of pay attention to the law of averages, you know, and listen to what the experts tell you. So we'll see if this works for a little bit. I have a hard time throwing it, but we'll try anyway. When I caught the fish in here, well, I caught one in here in practice in this area. It was about a 5-pounder on a jerkbait, and we had wind like this and sun, so I know that's how to catch them. But I didn't slow down anymore that day and just had that one bite. So, you know, I don't know if that was threw it right on top of one or that was actual ticket that day, but it won't hurt to throw it around some. Kind of had a little lull. I got so used to catching them in the last couple of days that going for 20 minutes without catching one kind of seemed slow to me, but that's just because I got spoiled the last couple of days. Maybe we'll make this work. Could probably pick up a spinnerbait and do the same thing. Right now it's a jerkbait. I'm glad everybody's tuning in and watching. That's pretty cool to know that a lot of people are watching us fishing. When I was probably first started fishing, about 23 or so, I came down this lake, didn't know anything about fishing or anything, and I actually fished this area right here. And so that would have been about, 35 years ago. So it's kind of cool to come back and fish a spot that you fished when you first came to the lake. I don't know if I know any more than I knew then, but I caught more fish today than I did then, so maybe I learned something.
35 years later, fishing the FLW Tour opener, and a shot at getting his first victory.
And it's cool to hear some of his history come out here, and I'm sure he's got a lot of good memories on Rayburn. This will be adding to the list.
Oh.
Jim's been really consistent.
I sure would
this
like
week.
to catch some more. Catch at least one good one, real good one, and have opportunity to fish tomorrow. That would be nice to start off the first tournament of the year with the top 10. I guess I better catch one to be doing that, though.
No leaderboard in the boat. He has no idea.
Yes. You know, he's got one of our biggest limits, our second biggest limit of the day so far. And he's a little worried right now.
He's worried. He's in third place and has a chance to win the event. So, again, those are the demons you have to work on that are working in your brain during the day.
Back in my confidence, bait.
You know, you try to fish, you know, just in your, you know, you try to just fish against the fish, right? You're trying to just concentrate on the best you can do. But as we shrink down the crowd every day and you make it further and further, you can't help but think about all those big names that are just, have a target on your back and they want to pass you by. And with all the big fish being caught, it's hard to think that somebody's not on some big fish.
Fishing a tournament, when you catch some fish, I don't care whether it's a bass club or a tour event like this, you know, if you got confidence in something, stick with it until you just absolutely prove that it doesn't work, because confidence makes a big difference. It does to me anyway. I mean, I'm confident I can catch a fish on this and a big fish, so that's why I keep throwing it. We'll see. I think they're right here.
And this is a different look with the advanced technology now, that trolling motor holding them in place.
That and no co-angler in the back of the boat. I mean, he's got the freedom to just sit there and fish and really lock in, and this really playing to his advantage in this tournament.
I think they'd be up shallower.
This was an awkward angle before, having to have 1 foot on the trolling motor and then do that body tweak. And if you turn cast, then you got to jump back on it, keep yourself positioned in the wind. But now he can just sit here all day long, fan cast around, talk to the cameras.
And these early pre-spawn late winter events, like the fish will get on something very specific, like one little rock or one little hard spot where those big females, you know, they're carrying eggs. They're basically pregnant. They want a place to pull up and warm up their belly.
Obviously, there's some camera boats and observers right behind me. But if you can look way across the lake over there, see another cluster of boats, and I believe that's the leader. It's kind of cool. Have my old buddy Terry up there leading. He had a mega sack yesterday.
Well, Jim's sitting at just over 20 pounds today. Been super consistent, 23 pounds on day one, 21.11 yesterday, sitting at over 20 today. He doesn't realize it, but he's got a shot to win this event. And we've been talking about landing that big bite. And we're at that point in this event where there's 3 or 4 guys that if they can catch a big fish between now and weigh-in, it's going to give them an opportunity to win. And that's really what I'm glued to this screen for, and what everybody at home sitting there waiting on.
Well, they've definitely slowed down. There's no doubt about it, because the last 2 spots we fished had lots of fish in them. We didn't get a bite yet, so maybe they kind of slowed down right here midday. The wind's picking up. You'd think they'd bite a little bit. Well, get off of there.
And a couple guys I'm keeping an eye on here. Kurt Mitchell down there in 12th place had 9 pounds the first day. Came back with almost 24 yesterday. Tom Mansour, same thing, 8 pounds the first day, 26 yesterday. Those guys are sitting in 12th and 14th. Both are sitting at that 15, 16 pound mark. They're both kind of one bite away from getting into the top 10. Absolutely. And really turning around this event and making a top 10, which would be cool to see.
And Dudley with that 8-pounder, he has about 16 pounds, but has a lot of small fish in that limit too, so decent fish can really bounce him up quickly.
Like in the football, it's the first ever fishing wave.
And Dudley's really taking care of the kicker part. He just needs to stumble on one of those nice packs that's you know, full of 3s and 4s, and he could have a real limit today.
Can't believe we ain't got a bite yet.
And Todd, speaking of some of those anglers, you know, looking for that one big bite to really catapult them into tomorrow, we got some recaps of some fish that were caught earlier today. Chad Warren having an amazing day today as well. You know, Mr. Steady, consistent. Brian Thrift is Mr. Steady, consistent.
we're focused on the top 3 or 4 or 5 guys here. You know, we're really focused on that $125,000 first place prize with Terry Bolton.
And I think unofficially 29 anglers out of 30 or 28 anglers out of 30 have limits. Big fish being caught. Thrift has just been, I mean, you couldn't lay out a better game plan than Thrift is carrying out right now. Gets his limit, begins culling up. David Dudley needed some big things to happen, and that 8-pounder he caught earlier this morning was exactly what he needed to happen. And then over to Terry Bolton, guy leading the tournament going into today, and he has done everything he's needed to do, including have a good time, keep a good attitude, and every time we've gone live to him, he's caught fish and been relaxed and feeling very confident about the day. And it's been a lot of fun watching him adapt to the different conditions. Not only is he adapting, which Thrift does a whole lot too, but Bolton's really keeping us informed on what he's actually doing, making those little adjustments. And here is the top leaderboard. That's the top 10 right there. You want to be in one of these top 10 positions at the end of today so you can fish tomorrow for up to $125,000.
We're focused on that first place today, but you know, I want to point out that the difference between making the top 10 and finishing 11th is $2,000, and a shot at a lot more. So even the guys that are just trying to make the top 20, there's a $2,000 difference. So all these guys are fighting in these last couple hours. That mental toughness that we talked about earlier, one of the keys, just hanging in there. One bite on this fishery, Sam Rayburn, full of giants, can make all the difference. So while we're focused on those top 5 and who's going to win this event, still some moving and shaking on this leaderboard that's going to happen between now and weigh in.
Absolutely. And some of those guys, like we've said, that have gotten the bite, David Dudley, that 8-pounder. Sam George has a 7-pounder. Troy Morrow, 9-pounder.
Tom Reddington's got a 7 out there too. He's making a move.
Yes, big fish that are moving these guys up. And if they can fill out some decent fish to go with those kickers, they're going to be fishing tomorrow, and we might be watching them on live.
It's definitely not over. I would definitely not leave FLW Live just yet. I still believe we're going to see a big fish between now and 2 o'clock.
And a lot of anglers relying on that later bite in the day too. So, and a lot of anglers reporting catching those big fish, late afternoon, including the guy in #1 spot. So we may see, as close as we're making this thing out to be, we may see him run away with things as we come back from the break in a little bit here.
back to you after the commercial break. Exciting stuff.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't it end at 1?
Yeah, 2 o'clock. Yeah, we extended it 2 hours.
That guy's having a hell of a time up there.
Welcome back to Sam Rayburn at FLW Live. Here is Chad Warren. Like you said, Todd, Mr. Steady right now. And even he acknowledged last night that, back his rookie season 2017, he just was probably too excited, probably trying to prove too much. And now he just seems like he took a year. He didn't qualify 2018.
Right there.
So he had some time to kind of gather his thoughts, look at everything from a different perspective. And wow, he has jumped out to a great start so far this year.
He's really locked in right here. I mean, I think he's working on one, and I think he's missed a fish twice here. I thought he was going to talk to us, but he knows he's one bite can really make a difference for a guy right now. But a great start to the season for Chad. He's been super steady.
Well, I'm back at my first spot still, and I am trying to get a big bite. I'm getting a lot of bites. I think my last cast I had 4 bites. I just made a little coal when I got here. I probably caught 6 or 7 more fish, and I just can't seem to get a big one. But that may be about to change. If I don't get one here pretty quick, I'm going to run to one of the other areas I was fishing earlier and see if maybe a big one pulled up there. Just dragging this Carolina rig out here, and they're stacked. Problem is that a lot of them's 2-pounders. I don't need a 2-pounder. I need a 5-pounder.
Did you have that down?
No, it's all right though.
My bad.
Cameraman's put my powder poles down out here in 15 foot of water.
It's tight up in the front of the boat.
But yeah, so we're just out here looking for a big bite. Caught some big ones here, so I'm sure there's a few left. Just got to drag that Carolina rig in front of the right one. Maybe that's him. Phew. I'm missing a bunch of them too. I've switched to a fluke, back to a lizard, back to a fluke. I don't know if they're just nipping at it or what. One just smoked it right there. Could be hitting my weight, I'm not sure. This is a pretty basic setup though. Got a 1/2 ounce tungsten weight, swivel, and lizard. Dyeing the tail, taking that skin, hooking it back in there. Some of them hold on to it, some of them don't.
There we go.
Right. Make one more cast. We're gonna run back to that other spot. Whew.
Now this shows what a fantastic fishery Sam Rayburn Reservoir is, and then it shows how great it's fishing
where the big ones have been
this year.
One of those 6 or 7 pounders up there in probably 8 foot of water, and the other one out here in probably 12 or 15. So I've tried it both today. I think my biggest fish on this spot this morning come up there in about 8 foot.
And if you look at the stat, 23 bags over 20 pounds.
I'm getting bit, but...
And that's not even through the whole tournament yet. We've still got plenty of fishing left. That's only through 2 days.
Well, I mean, it's always fun getting bit while you're fishing, you know, so it makes it a little easier to sit on a spot a little longer. But Rayburn's kind of one of those lakes that I've heard it from several people that you can go through 2 pounder, 2 pounder, 2 pounder, 2 pounder, bam, you catch an 8 pounder. They mix here for some reason. At home, it doesn't necessarily seem like that so much back in Oklahoma. It's fun. I mean, I'm getting bit almost every cast. Sometimes 2 or 3 times in one cast. I think that's my second bite on that cast, and they're just not holding on to it. I think, you know, a lot of that's a little fish, but I mean, I could sit here all day and never get a big bite, but and I'm not going to do that. I mean, I'm going to run a couple of those other areas. A lot of times, first fish you catch when you pull up is the biggest one in the school. So, but not always. So, I don't have really anything else to do. I mean, I got those 2 or 3 spots. So, I mean, I got to run around all over the lake or stick with what got me here and hope a big one gets on there. But I know in 4 days I've only found 3 spots, or 5 days I've only found 3 spots, but yesterday I got lucky and found another one. I know we're gonna have to give ourselves a little more time to get back to weigh-in. That wind's starting to pick up a little bit, and this place gets pretty nasty.
So 23 bags over 20 pounds in this event. That's more than twice what we saw the last time the tour was here in 2014. I think it just shows how good
run back over that other spot.
How good Sam Rayburn is fishing right now. A lot of the locals were talking about it, and I think it would have even fished better, shown out a little more had the lake not been up so high and maybe been normal. But the lake's in fantastic shape. Saw a 33-pound stringer, a 29, a 28, a 26, 2 25s and a 24 so far in the first 2 days. I'm not sure we're going to see that over the next 2 days. We've got a front coming. You can kind of see, you know, like the 20-pound mark, I think, is going to be really strong right now for going forward. And just a phenomenal fish. I mean, this place is putting out 20-pound stringers after 3 days of tournament competition, and now the cold front, you know, these high skies starting to settle in. Cold night coming tonight. 20-pound stringers, that's strong.
Mm-hmm. And then the numbers of fish as well. You know, not just big fish. I mean, it's a lot of them.
Yeah, again, it's been, from all the guys I talked to, it's been feast or famine at Rayburn this week. Like, I talked to several guys who really struggled, but then the guys that are finding them are finding those groups of fish. They're making it look like Rayburn's on fire, but the truth is they found a great group of fish, and we're back on Thrift here, and he's looking for one of those groups of fish right now.
Well, now, it seems like a lot of these anglers, this was kind of more the traditional bite that these guys are on. If you were to just talk about Rayburn in January, this is the things you'd be talking about. But then you add in the 7 and 9 feet of water on top of that, and that really made people second guess what they were going to do. They tried to, you know, anticipate the bass moving and everything, and you know, basically a lot of these spots are the same areas that you would normally catch them, just in 7 feet more deeper water, and you're just having to change some of the baits around a little bit. But you know, still some of those traditional, you know, grass. You know, the edges of the grass, those little, what do they call them out here in Texas? They call them the
drains.
Not the creek channel, the drains. The drains. I'm going to be using that when I go back to California. I'm calling all creeks drains now.
Yeah, you know, usually Rayburn this is a rattle trap kind of year. I talked to Chris McCall on Wednesday on their off day. He's one of the best rattle trap guys on this lake. He was really looking forward to this event when it came out on the schedule. And that rattle trap is really the bait when you're fishing in that 3 to 7 foot zone on this lake, and I think it really just confused some people when you added 9 foot on top of that. Now you're fishing that 12 to 15 foot of water column, and a lipless crankbait just doesn't do it. So the guys that made that adjustment, you know, the ones that are cranking, you can hear a slow roll and a spinnerbait. Those are 2 common things. And then this Carolina rig, a lot of guys are finding that grass edge and Carolina rigging along the grass edge. And so traditionally that's pretty visual. You've got maybe the bank, and you're talking about 3 to 7 foot of water. Now all of a sudden this becomes very, very, you've got to use your imagination. You've got to use your electronics. You have to use heavier baits. We heard Chad Warren go into a 1/2 ounce swim jig. Thrift and Bolton are both mixing in a 3/4 ounce spinnerbait. We're seeing them run those crankbaits in the 10, 15 foot zone. That's really been the key this week, it looks like, on the guys that have moved to the top 10. Again, it's the traditional Rayburn bite that you're talking about, Travis. It's just the way they've added 9 foot of water on top of where it usually is. So the guys that have had an imagination and really stuck with the traditional bite at Rayburn have figured this out, and it's pretty cool to see it unfold.
And for you guys tuning in at home and hearing a new voice that is really breaking down some amazing insights and putting some pieces together for us, that is the voice of Todd Hollowell, Red Gold Tomatoes Pro, many years on the tour, has a lot of experience with fishing against these anglers, fishing these bodies of water, and it's been a fun time here so far today with you being able to give us a little bit more detail on what some of these guys are doing, especially guys like Brian Thrift that don't always give us a lot verbally, but you know, we get to spend a lot of time watching him on live, so having somebody like yourself break down some of the subtle little things he's doing is a great addition.
I appreciate it. It's been fun being here. You know what I found interesting here is that, you know, I'm reading some of the on the water reports, and it looks like Sam George and one of the other guys that made the top 30 here, Billy Shelton, they ended up finding the same school of fish. And these 5 guys that you see right now who have made it and are in contention to win this event, they have these areas to themselves. And that's really something you don't know. Like when you're practicing, you're graphing, you're fishing around, like you may get a bite in an area and then come back on a tournament and there'll be 5 boats there. And it's really hard to understand that. But I can see that the guys that invested a lot of time offshore, Thrift is hooked up here looking to call.
Little guy.
It's like maybe a spotted bass there. But anyways, these guys look to have their areas to themselves. I see with Bolton, with Thrift, with Tutt, they all have their areas to themselves. Chad Warren, same thing, LeBrun, those guys, they found areas to themselves. Unfortunately for Sam and Billy Shelton and Sam George, they're sharing an area and they're splitting those fish up, and it's probably keeping one of them from really being a contender in this event. Back to Tutt and Thrift here, guys that are occupying the 3rd and 4th slot, both at around that 20, 21 pound mark, looking for one big fish now.
One thing that's we don't see too much of actually our leaderboard right now, the top 5 are still the same that started the day. They've moved around a little bit. Brian Thrift has moved unofficially ahead of Chad Warren, but I think this might be the first time in live that we've seen still the same top 5 that started the day remain in top 5 throughout the whole day.
And in that top 5, I mean, you've got 3 veterans. Tutt's got a lot of history on this lake. Bolton's fishing his strength. Thrift is who he is. I mean, he's going to be up there most likely anyways. Chad Warren he's really dialed in. He's an Oklahoma guy fishing his strengths. Nick LeBrun had a lot of history on this lake too. So it's no surprise to see those 5 guys. But here's the deal. To keep going in a 4-day tour level event is, to me, the hardest thing to do. It's one thing to catch a good bag on a 1-day tournament or in a team tournament, but when you have to manage fish against 170 competitors, some of the best guys in the world, and be able to do it 4 consecutive days is really hard to do. I've been thinking a lot about the Gunnersville event back from 2017, and I was in the top 3 or so after the first 2 days, but I really wasn't able to manage my area well enough. I had shared it with another angler, Clark Ream. He and I both made the cut, and I just didn't have enough places to keep going on days 3 and days 4 and kind of run out of gas, if you want to look at it that way. So what's been impressive to me is with the top 5 today, they were pretty much the top 5 coming in today. They've kept going. They're the same guys that have caught 19, 20 pounds and have distanced themselves from the rest of the pack. They're the ones that are going to have an opportunity to win this event tomorrow. And again, that's the hardest thing to do at a tour level event, is to keep going and either catch them as good or better on days 3 and 4. You're seeing guys like Thrift do that now, and it's just super impressive to watch.
And this fish management, like you were talking about, and the little adjustments that we saw Bolton making, are things that us as the viewer are only getting, for the first times in these last few years, a sneak peek at with being able to watch live. Before, all you got to see was the weigh-in, and you really get to see just the full day's results. But watching these guys move from different spots, timing everything correctly throughout the tournament, and then making those adjustments from deep diving crankbaits to shallow, changing colors, is really what it's all about. Brian Thrift might go through 50 or 60 fish today. We're only going to see him weigh in 5 at the end of the day, but the real story about what he's done is what we've watched over the last 5 hours.
I think that I speak for a lot of people in this sport, and that we're all we're all addicted to learning, you know, like you want to know how these guys caught them, or you want to know what area they were fishing in. And, you know, without the live coverage, you don't get that. And what's been awesome to see is that the live coverage keeps expanding. We're seeing more guys. Used to, we're just seeing one or two. Now you're seeing all of the guys who are making it happen today. You're seeing how they're catching them. They're all catching them a little differently. It's not like they're all doing the same thing. And so as a student of the game, you know, it's fantastic to be able to sit here and watch and learn, hear guys like LeBrun break down how they're catching them, how they found their areas. It's really interesting to see it all unfold on live. It's pretty cool.
Hey, you brought up the learning aspect, and you're so right. The top anglers seem like they are the most thirsty for new information at all times. You know, Dudley is like a little kid with new techniques. He wants to know everything about it. If you've caught fish on it, and he wants to know exactly how you did. It doesn't matter if you're a kid on the side of the bank and you catch something on a technique he didn't know or whatever. He's gonna find out how you did that. Scott Martin, you know, one of the most successful anglers on tour. He's in the line for weigh-in every day, and he's got his phone out and he's recapping live to watch what the other anglers were doing and trying to gain any extra knowledge that he possibly can.
Yeah, these guys are all students of the game. I mean, I know a lot of the tour guys that didn't make the top 30 today are watching this right now. A lot of them are texting me and messaging me. They're trying to figure out what they didn't figure out, and you're constantly trying to learn. I really think the live coverage has taken the sport to a new level. I mean, I think it's why you've got some of the rookie guys like Sam George coming in the sport who they know what they're doing. They've been sitting here studying this for the last 3 years. It really has made the sport accessible for people to see and learn and engage with a creature that we can't see. I mean, there's a lot of unknown with fishing. It's part of the mystery and the mystique and excitement about not knowing. Those fish moved or they're set up differently or whatever's happening. But to sit here and learn it is invaluable, honestly. So here's what's interesting right now. We knew there was going to be a lull midday. Everybody I talked to told me it was coming, that these fish are mainly feeding in the morning. But as the sun gets up and the water temperature starts to climb a little bit, the big females will start to position in places that make them accessible and make them vulnerable to be caught. You know, a lot of these big females are carrying around eggs. Thrift's hooked up. Let's see if it helps. Not going to help for Thrift, but you know, he's going through the numbers. But I mean, any swing right here can be a 6-7 pounder. Looks like he's throwing a little swim bait there now. He's got some sun, got some wind. But what I was saying was late in the day, late in the afternoon, pre-spawn, those big females tend to set up on places where they can warm their belly. Could be sitting on top of a patch of grass, could be sitting on top of a hard spot just inside the grass. And you know, I remember back to that Gunnersville event in 2017. I think it was the first day. There was just a really small window, like 3:30, where a bunch of big fish moved up, and I caught my weight in about 10 or 15 minutes. And you could totally see that happen today. We're kind of getting to that point in the day, that 2 o'clock time frame where that could happen at any time. I'm going to predict that it's going to happen for somebody today. It may not be the entire top 30, but somebody's going to run into a big fish or have a little flurry of 4, 5, 6 pounders that's going to make a move and kind of shuffle up the leaderboard sometime between now and 3 o'clock. It's a timing thing. Again, they're mostly feeding in the morning. That's why you're seeing most of the fish catches in that first couple hours. But you will see a big shift at some point late in the day with a big one.
oh, what a difference a day makes. I see.
From the end of tomorrow.
I guess the only one in the top 5 we're not getting a look at right now, Nick LeBrun. He's got 19 pounds, sitting in second place. He's been out of self-service range for most of the day. And
out there.
He's got a chance to win this thing too. We're not going to forget about Nick. He gave us some great footage earlier, told us exactly what he was doing with his cranking and spinnerbait pattern. He's going to be looking to catch a big one here late in the day and make a push to catch Terry Bolton.
I'll throw over here at Kyle's drone. There's a loon out here. Ah! I knew that was going to happen. That thing double backlashes, willow leaves catch the wind.
I think this is the first time that we've seen these guys have to deal with the wind. And you know, again, these multi-day events, it's really about making adjustments, changing with the conditions. We'll see who makes that adjustment between now and weigh-in. The wind's starting to shift a little bit. It's now out of the west. They're predicting that it's going to turn to the north at some point later today, get down in the mid-30s overnight, high skies, cold front. Probably a tougher fishing day tomorrow. And you heard Bolton talk a little bit earlier. I think he has to know that he's in position to win this event. You heard him earlier, he was going to go look at some new areas.
I finally got my reel adjusted to where I might not backlash as much. Maybe just every third cast.
I think he knows that there's enough fish in a couple of places that he has to compete, but he's going to continue looking for a new group of fish. He you know, with the weight that he has now at 20, 21 pounds, he has the ability to keep looking for a new group of fish, and he knows that'll really give him an opportunity to win this event. And you start to think about those things at this point in the day if you're Terry Bolton.
Well, it has kind of gone from slow to slower. Seems to have the fish a little lockjawed. They're not wanting to bite my cricket.
I mean, it's hard to say exactly what's happening right now. I know these guys are really expecting something good to happen in the afternoon, but this really could be the changing of the weather pattern now. Yesterday we had some low pressure coming in, had some clouds and rain coming in overnight. Fish seemed to bite really good yesterday afternoon for a lot of these guys, and they had a really good feed this morning. This could be the start of maybe some tougher conditions moving into day 4. It's definitely slowed down across the board. I'm following our on the water reporters, and there's not a lot of fish. There's not a lot of stuff going on right now. It'll be interesting to see if there is an afternoon flurry, or we're going to see a lot lower weights tomorrow.
Got to go try to find us a bass now, I do believe. seems to be, this place here seems to be pretty well shut down now. And of course the wind is kind of making it difficult for presentation. But there's a happy medium with this spinnerbait. If you let it go too far at the bottom, it gets that black stuff all over it. If not, sometimes you get a bite. I don't think he's very big, but I got one.
This is new for this year, live drone footage here. Not going to help Terry Bolton's limit, but that is a first on FLW Live, fish catch from the drone.
Well, I got a bite, but they're 2.5 pounders. Yesterday they were 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pounders.
Terry's obviously fishing his big fish, his afternoon spot here, and probably the place where he did the damage yesterday on his way to the 33-pound, 9-ounce stringer. They made a comment there, just 2.5 pounders. He's not even looking at him, just tossing him back. So that's the sign of a good day. He'll be able to use those tomorrow.
I got a bunch of black snot on my spinnerbait. I'm going to predict it. Ta-da! What'd I tell you? Going out there a little far. I think I'd push it out.
He's really describing his cast here. You know, what he's throwing out is probably a grass line, and if he lets the bait get too deep, it's actually hanging in some of the. It's tangling up his bait. What's going on with the grass right there? But he's having to make a very specific cast on this spot, and again, the guys at the top of the leaderboard are into the details. It's not like he's just chunking and winding a spinnerbait and going down the bank. This is a very specific cast, probably to a very specific patch of grass. He's got to let the bait get to exactly the right depth to get his bait in position to trigger a bite right here. And he's not saying a whole lot about it. You know, like he's passing it off like it's not a big deal, but that's a very precise presentation from Terry Bolton, and probably the reason he's leading this event.
We have found Nick LeBrun again. Look at the 1 and 2 anglers right now.
You know, you look at the leaderboard here, and you see there's 7.5 pounds between these two guys. There was an 11-pounder weighed in yesterday. There were 2 9 3/4 weighed in on the first day, and I'm telling you, on Rayburn, it's one bite. Anything can happen. These guys are just looking to close out a strong day 3, and the wind is definitely making this offshore game fishing a little bit more challenging. Again, the first time these guys have had to deal with that much wind. and interesting. You know, when the water temp's in the 50s, it's probably warm in Texas right now. In fact, I think I just looked at the weather and it's in the 60s. You would think it's warm and it's nice and it's sunny, but when you throw in a west-northwest wind off 50-degree water, it gets cold. You're starting to see these guys put their hoods up. We saw Jim Tutt earlier with his hood up and Nick's with his hood up, so you can't really see. That is Nick LeBrun under there. I've got 66 degrees in Brooklyn, Texas right now. You'd think it'd be weather where you'd be sitting there in a t-shirt, but it's cold coming off that water, and these guys are battling the elements and trying to stay focused and get one more bite.
Sitting there. Pretty sure it looks like bass. You know, the way they're kind of wormed along the bottom. Now, what's the odds of me getting this out here without getting junk all over it? What do you think? Slim and none.
Very different conditions than we saw this morning, where we had low light, fog, clouds, fish were biting real good.
Every time you throw it out there, that's what happens. You come
definitely
back.
a different day after lunch so far. If you're just tuning in, winds picked up, sun's out. These guys are trying to figure out how to adapt to the conditions and catch a key fish late in the day.
The bass don't like it. The BASS do not like it. I'm gonna throw this crankbait a few more times. We're gonna get the heck out of here. Ooh. Do 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 do.
And Sam Rayburn definitely living up to its reputation of a big fish factory, and we're seeing a lot of records for the quality of fish. Biggest stringer in an event, and we're going to see the by far the most 20-plus pound sacks, over twice as many that have ever been weighed in a tour event, and we're only halfway through the tournament, so twice as many in half the time. And we still have plenty of fishing left. So far, so good.
Yeah, great weights being put up here. We've already eclipsed the winning weight from 2014. Bolton's definitely going to break that, and likely will break the Phil Marks record from 2012. So great start to the season here in 2019 on the FLW Tour at Sam Rayburn. Fantastic.
And now the one guy that's always in the hunt and always chasing people down is Brian Thrift. We got some catches from him today.
Here you can see Thrift. He was throwing a Carolina rig and dragging a big worm early this morning. He set up on a group of fish and just really went to work on them right off the bat. Got to that 20-pound mark with a couple of key fish. We saw Brian, he was set up on one cast. He had a mark, and he was able to keep hitting it until the fog moved over and he lost his mark. And loons came in and kind of messed up his area. But great morning, great start for Brian Thrift. He has been very consistent in this event.
And right now it's looking like he has his average catch for the tournament. He's been right in that 20 to 22 range, and today is no exception.
A lot of smiles from Thrift this morning. Great start for him.
And here's earlier this morning with Terry Bolton.
Bolton started out on his morning spot. He told me he was catching a lot of numbers out there first thing this morning. He really went to work on them. I don't know, we probably saw him catch 20 or so in the first hour. He's cranking, he's mixing in a couple of different Rapala crankbaits, throwing a spinnerbait also, working through numbers, and he's really in his element here and in position to win the first tour event of his career. Terry's having fun this week and doing what he does best.
Making adjustments. He's made a lot of casts as well.
He's been mentioning he's tired. He's 48 years old. He says his age is starting to, he's feeling his age. He's cranked a lot this week,
yes.
And that can wear on a guy. He said yesterday that his hands were hurting from handling the big fish. His thumbs were all bloody and raw, so you can see he's got the gloves on today. What a bad problem, right?
Yeah, those are, he's not going to get too many sympathy points.
6 8-pounders, that was a tough problem to have. He's shaking there, you know. That's what's great about this sport. You catch a fish like that, when you're in position to win a tour event and your hands start shaking, the adrenaline's pumping.
And here over to sophomore tour angler Chad Warren.
Great start to the season for Chad. He's been steady. He's been mixing in a swim jig. He's throwing a Carolina rig. Here you see him even with the spinning rod. Not the only guy with a spinning rod out this week, but these guys are doing whatever it takes to put him in the boat. Chad's had another solid day. Looks like he's going to be in the top 5, headed into day 4.
We have seen a lot of different techniques. The guys are fishing kind of the same general areas, but using a lot of different lures to actually get those fish to finally commit.
Yep, those fish are, it's somewhere relating to that old bank out in 9, 12, 15 foot. Here you're taking a look at Jim Tutt. Jim's having a great day, a lot of history on the lake. He's put together his 3rd consecutive 20-pound plus day. Look for him to do it again on day 4. He went to work on them this morning too, caught some good ones cranking. He you know, and you had mentioned that they're all kind of fishing a little bit differently. That's what's interesting to me. Jim's cranking, but he's doing something a little bit different than everybody else, and he's got a lot of confidence in it. We heard him talk about confidence and just sticking with what he knows is going to work. He's made some key adjustments throughout the day as well, but a great day 3 from Jim Tutt.
Yes, a great tournament so far for all of us tuning in. I hope you guys are enjoying it live at home. If you are, you know, stick around. We still have another section, another segment left on this amazing tournament at Sam Rayburn presented by Polaris. You guys, we will be going into our last segment of live today. After this short break, do not go anywhere.
Should bite that swim bait with this wind blowing. That's what I'm telling myself anyway. Are we live now? It must be sucking. We haven't been live in a while.
Welcome back. Here is a catch from moments ago out of Chad Warren. I thought we've talked about how steady he's been through this tournament. Catching fish throughout the day, making the adjustments.
Just solid, you know. Solid. He's been solid through the whole event. Steady was the word that I was told how it was describing him through this event. Notice he's not using the net. He's just swinging them in. I think he caught that one on a swim jig, and he's got a lot of confidence in that. He's an Oklahoma guy. He's fishing that dirty water, fishing a little shallower than everybody else. Nice call here for Chad here late in the day. Probably going to help him by a pound or so.
As long as you're swapping out fish, you're moving in the right direction here. And here's the guy they're all chasing, Terry Bolton. Yesterday weighed in over 33 pounds of fish, and
well, guys, we're
hoping to see that
kind
today.
of looking around now. We've whatever kind of weather is blown in. I'm trying to see if there's any fish going up in here a little bit shallower now the sun's been out. I did catch a few in this area in practice down this bank, and when the wind was blowing in on it. So I just thought I'd come in here and check it out. But I'm going to kind of probably start doing more looking around and practicing for the rest of the day. The wind's gotten up now and kind of have more of a high pressure now. Not very many clouds left. Some. Or whatever it is so far, the fish hadn't really seemed like they've liked it since it's gotten really nice and blue. Not at least. Caught a few, but it's really slowed down quite a bit for me.
Bolton's still hanging around up there just out of cell phone range. He's been in and out for most of the day. We've been fortunate to get Terry on camera for most of the day. Back to Thrift here. He's out fishing offshore in the wind, and I'm looking at our leaderboard here, and 29 of the 30 guys have weighed in a limit, or going to weigh in a limit today. They have a limit. Sam Rayburn is in really good shape, and probably a place I'd be looking to plan a trip to pretty soon.
What'd you say? A little windy.
You didn't exactly expect Thrift to tell us what he was thinking right here, did you? He's not going to say what he's doing. He's calculated. He's weighing his options for tomorrow. And just like Terry, I mean, Terry's kind of talking you through what he's going to do between now and the rest of the day. You know, that's now. And they probably both, these guys are going to have to catch 20 or so again tomorrow to have a chance to win the event. They know that. And I'm sure Thrift is thinking something similar. He's just not going to say it to us right now.
Yeah, I ran up the lake to some places I'd caught some the first 2 days and caught some fish. They were all real little, and wind started picking up, so I decided to kind of work my way back a little closer. So I came back to where I started this morning. Did manage to cull one, so gained about a half a pound cull, and we got a little less than 2 hours to fish. I'm gonna probably pack it up here in about a 20 more minutes and just head back in and get a little closer to the ramp. Because I don't know how bad rough it is, and I think it's going to be pretty bad. So we're going to take our time, try not to tear the boat up, try not to kill the fish, and get back to weighing. Sir.
Veteran words from Brian Thrift. You know, like when you're in position to win an event and you've got a solid stringer, you're on a lake that in some places is maybe 3 or 4 miles wide, and where they took off from is where these two arms come together. The wind is switched around out of the west, probably a little northwest in it, and I'm guessing around takeoff it's going to get a little rough and bumpy, and you know, Thrift knows that. He's smart, he's calculated. He's probably going to try to get back closer to weigh in. You heard him say that. Just get back there a little early, not take any unnecessary risks, taking care of his boat, his equipment, making sure he gets back on time, and not put any pressure on the fish and fish care. He wants to take care of them too. And these guys are the best in the world at that, by the way. They care about the fish. They take care of them. They try to do everything that they can to keep those fish in good condition all day long on the ride back to the weigh-in, and you could hear him actually verbalize that just a moment ago. A lot of these guys are up in the same area of the lake, and there's really spotty cell service. I've been following the on-the-water reports today, and some of the reporters are saying on one side of the lake you have no cell service. We're down to the last 10 minutes or so of live coverage here, and we're hoping to see it. But these guys are going to fish until 3 o'clock today. There's still time. They're trying to get one more bite to move them up. Right now, this is shaping up to be like a, I don't know, what do you think, Travis? 4 or 5 man race. Bolton's got the clear lead. He's got about a 7-pound lead right now, but that's he's not out of reach. All these guys could put together a big stringer tomorrow, but what I'm seeing is Terry Bolton, Jim Tutt, 2 veterans of the FLW Tour. Neither one of them have a tour victory yet. In between a rookie, Nick LeBrun. And I think, and then you've got Thrift right behind them, which you can never count out. Chad Warren's hanging around there in 5th.
520. Oh 03 756 756 03. You're welcome.
Yeah, that big kicker really could play such a big role. I mean, all the top 5 anglers, if they catch a kicker right now, could stand a great chance of holding up a trophy at the end of tomorrow. You know, Terry Bolton, he catches a kicker right now. He could really put this thing away or make it very difficult for someone to beat him. But any of these guys, LeBrun, Tutt, Thrift, Warren, they catch a 7, 8, an 11, and holy cow, we've now got a close race going on.
It was one of the points in the roadmap to victory here, and it's mental toughness. I mean, you can see there's been a lull. There's been a time period where things have slowed down. These guys aren't getting as many bites. They're already starting to think about tomorrow. They're kind of trying to press the fast forward button to get today over, to get to tomorrow. But the truth is that the guy that can stay focused and get that bite right now in this top 5 or 6, it can mean a world of difference. And that mental toughness just to stay focused. You can't make that happen. Like, you might want it to happen, but you can't make it happen. You have to let it come to you, but you have to be ready. You have to be mentally focused enough to be ready to where if that big bite happens, you're ready for it, you're expecting it, and let it change your event for you. Definitely could still happen here at any point.
Absolutely. And you know, at the end of the day, that mental toughness, I mean, you don't have to make up all your ground on Terry Bolton on day 3, but you do want to close that gap a little bit. You want to know, you want him to know that you're moving in on him. And nobody does that better than Brian Thrift. And when I look at our unofficial leaderboards, Terry Bolton has actually extended his lead over the next competitor. He went into today with a 6-pound lead. He now has a 7-pound lead over Nick LeBrun. But when you look at Brian Thrift, he's closing in that gap a little bit. He's getting a little bit closer to, you know, he went into the day down 11 pounds. Now he's down 9 pounds to Bolton. So he's making the right move in the right direction right here, like he does so well at each of these tournaments.
You're right. Bolton's extending the lead on everybody but Brian Thrift.
And you had mentioned Bolton and his game plan, and he really knew what he was going to stick to, the active fish in the morning, then move to those bigger fish. And here you can see really how dialed he really is in.
Yeah, the word he used with me last night was committed. He said, I'm committed. And when you hear veterans say that's a dangerous thing. You know, they can see the opportunity to win an event here. He knew he was going to hang in 2 or 3 main areas. He felt like he had 2 or 3 key areas. He was not going to venture far from those. He was going to put everything he had into those areas and just adjust with the fish. And he did that. I mean, you can see his trail here. He's pretty much hanging in one arm. He's got just a little milk run, 2 or 3 places that he's bouncing back and forth from. You can see the trail there from his tracks. But committed was the word he used. Using the right technique, the right plug, he called it. You know, he's cranking in depth control. He said it this morning on live if you missed it, but he's rotating back and forth between a DT10, a DT14, a DT16 based on how the fish are positioning during the day. He's mixing in a big 3/4 ounce spinnerbait, which is something he loves to do. His nickname is Blade. But Terry's committed to that area. He's got pretty much those areas to himself. It looks like the spectators are laying off of his areas. If I'm Terry Bolton, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I think he's got a very good chance, obviously, to win this event with a 7-pound lead, but I think he's dialed in and he's committed doing what he does.
A lot of advantages come to having your 3 areas all right next to each other also. Obviously, you're not spending a lot of time running to those spots, but also you can keep an eye on them from afar too and know if they're actually getting fished. There's nothing worse than having to run down to the other end of the lake and realize somebody else is on it. There's some weekend guys on it fishing it, and then get discouraged or not even know.
Terry's thinking about probably making a move back towards takeoff too. I mean, he's a veteran. He knows that he's got 20, 21 pounds in the live well. He's in position to win this event. You saw some smiles there from Bolton. That was the other key for him this week, was staying committed to that area and just having fun. He wanted to have fun and fish the way he likes to fish. You're probably going to see him turn on those graphs and get to work, do a little electronics work, ride around, look for those fish again before he takes off, so he knows where they are when he comes back tomorrow. Veteran move right here. He's positioning himself for day 4. Great shot right there of Terry Bolton.
And with a 6-pound lead going into today, and then unofficially, 20, 21 pounds right now, this is exactly what he needed to do.
Did exactly what he needed to do to get in position to win this event. He and Tutt have never won a tour event. Both of them in position, both of them over the 20-pound mark today. Rookie Nick LeBrun sitting there in second with an opportunity to win. Thrift closing in. Chad Warren with another solid day. Jordan Osborne's worked his way up to 6th. Tom Reddington had a big one today. Moved all the way up to 7th. We got another rookie. Sam George, Miles.
Sam George was also a big one.
The sonar.
Miles Berghoff, he was late, wasn't getting many fish this morning, but he filled out his limit quick. Must have found some active fish, and he is now looking like he might make that top 10.
Nice. So maybe 3. We're looking at three rookies right now in the top 10. No surprise there, and they all got off to good starts. Looks like they're going to work their way into the final day. Kurt Mitchell still has a chance there to make the top 10 if he can make a key Cole. He had made a giant move, and good to see him working his way up towards the top 10. Kyle Cordianis had a great event. Dudley had another solid day. No surprise to see him, and I'm guessing you'll see Dudley near that Angler of the Year leaderboard as we move later in the season. Great start to the season for Dudley.
Troy Morrow, 9-pounder today on the 18th spot.
Wow.
As we end our time on live today, there's still time left for these anglers to fish. And like you said, these early in the season tournaments, they really do have that afternoon flurry. There is some potential for some huge things to happen later in the day. And so as we leave, there's going to be some stuff that might happen. These guys, they all know that the potential's out there to jump up and squeeze right into that 10th place spot. And then some of these top 5 guys, even a chance to really close the gap on Terry Bolton.
Yep, we got a good look at the top 5 guys, and they're really starting to position for day 4. But you've got an entire list of 25 other guys there jockeying, trying to move up, trying to get in the top 10 or trying to break the top 20. It's $2 more $1,000. It's more points towards the cup. It's an opportunity to fish on day 4, and these guys are going to keep scraping and clawing. They're fighters, they're competitors, they're going to keep battling. Some of these guys are winding their day down, but I promise you guys like Upshaw, they're out there hustling, trying to figure out how to catch one more fish, and you'll definitely see some things happen between now and 3 o'clock. You're not going to want to miss the weigh-in, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and you guys, we are going to be done. That's all we have for today here at the Polaris studio at the FLW HQ. But we're going to be throwing it over at 4 o'clock on FLWfishing.com for you guys watching. But if you guys want to go take a look, watch it live, watch Chris Jones, the #1 weighmaster in the bass fishing industry, head over to Humphrey's Family Pavilion in Brooklyn, Texas. And you guys are in for a show, some big fish, and some good times to be had over there.
62 degrees out there. It's got to be an awesome time to be out, watch the weigh-in. I would be out there if I were you, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how these guys adjust to this incoming cold front and who can put up a 20-pound stringer tomorrow. It's Bolton's to win, but there's still several guys here that can make this happen on day 4, and I can't wait to see it unfold.
Well, that's it for us here today. We will be back first thing tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. But we're going to leave you, we're going to go through some replays real quick, actually. We're going to leave you some fish catching action here.
Awesome morning. These fish were feeding real good this morning, coming off of a low pressure system, lots of fog and clouds this morning. These guys caught them real good this morning. Chad Warren there had a nice day, catching them on his swim jig. Here you can see Thrift dragging that big worm around offshore. Good stuff. He was smiling a lot this morning. These guys had a lot of fun this morning. They put on a show in the first couple hours. If you missed it, you better be here earlier tomorrow because they're putting on a clinic before we even got started. We were watching them catch fish before the camera started rolling. But Awesome start pretty much for every one of these guys in the first couple hours. Dudley caught an 8-pounder. Look at that face. Having a good time. Jim Tutt put on a cranking clinic this morning. All of the top 5 guys all had solid mornings. You can still see the fog. Look at that. Amazing.
Yeah, what a flurry we had in the morning. For you guys that came late, make sure you're here when we go live again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Because I'm hoping and counting on seeing some big fish being caught again.
I promise you, if Terry Bolton has anything to say about it, there will be some big fish caught tomorrow. He had a great run this morning too. He was catching them one after another, and put some key fish into the boat.
Thank you very much, guys. We'll be back live on FLWfishing.com with the weigh-in at 4 o'clock with Chris Jones, and we'll be back here in the studio at 8 a.m. for day 4 of the FLW Tour on Sam Rayburn Reservoir. All right, day 1.